Keshe Foundation, an independent, non-profit, non-religious, space-based organization founded by nuclear engineer Mehran Tavakoli Keshe, is introducing to humanity the science of the universe, plasma science. Keshe Foundation develops universal knowledge and space technologies that provide solutions to major global problems, revolutionizing agriculture, health, energy, transportation, materials, and more. The application of plasma science in the form of specially developed plasma reactors and other devices will give humanity the real freedom to travel in deep space. Plasma science exists throughout the whole universe. It is here and it belongs to you. Our knowledge, research, and development regarding the plasma structure has progressed to the point of enabling everyone to participate in the process. Become a creator and understand the work of the universe for the good of humankind on this planet as well as in space. The use of MeGravs, nanomaterials, GaNs, liquid plasma, field plasma, and other plasma technologies have come as a new dawn for humanity to progress and work in harmony with the universe. Conventional technology applications are wasteful, damaging, and cause pollution to the planet and all living beings. Aspects that touch the lives of all beings. Plasma is defined by the Foundation as an entire content of fields which accumulate and create matter, and is not defined by its physical characteristics like ionization or temperature. Also, with plasma science, we understand how we can convert matter back to the fields. Quoting from Mr. Keshe, MeGrav stands for magnetic gravitational, which means plasma absorbs or gives. And every plasma has the both. It has give and it has take. And when they can't find the balance, they distance themselves until they find the balance they can give to the others, that they can receive what they want to receive and give further. Certain atoms and molecules release and absorb magnetic or gravitational fields. Released fields are available to be absorbed by other objects. The Keshe Foundation has developed a way to gather these free-flowing fields from the environment within a resourceful and beneficial new state of transitional matter, which M.T. Keshe named GaNs. The first step of the process of the formation of various basic types of GaNs is nanocoating metals. This is carried out either chemically by etching, steam coating with sodium hydroxide, or thermally by heating, fire coating by gas burner. During either coating process, gaps between outermost layers of atoms are created. The residual coating is often referred to as nanocoating, defined by the structured layers of nanomaterial, which build up during the creation process of the coating. Nano-coated metal in interaction with other various metal plates in a saltwater solution creates MeGrav fields. These fields then attract available elements to form a specific GaNs, which collects and settles at the bottom of the container. This GaNs is formed from independent energized molecules like little suns that can be used in various applications.
Welcome everyone to the 187th Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, August 31st, 2017. And once again, we are fortunate to have Mr. Keshe of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute available to speak with us, at least in the first part of this workshop. And I think Mr. Keshe is ready to go here. Hello, Mr. Keshe.
Yes, good morning, good day to you as usual. Wherever you listen to these Knowledge Seekers line of teaching. As we set out from the beginning to teach about the space technology, we knew that once we go into the phase of a spaceship program, it is important that we learn more and more about ourselves, about the structure of human body in a space, about how we will behave in a space, and what can we take with us and what cannot we take. In the past few months, as we keep on going deeper and deeper, we understand more and more about the reality of creation. Part of this is, in a way, to understand our own structure, and partly is to understand how this structure will react and show and manifest itself in different dimensions in the universe. On the other hand, the other part is trying to educate man in a new ethos of work of the human soul, which means now that we understand we are responsible for whatever we do. There is no need to be scared or be frightened of whatever imaginary of punishment. Now we know the soul is the creator of physicality, and the physicality is responsible for the elevation of his own soul. In so many ways, if we can explain it, is that man up to now always knew how to convert matters into different energies. We made electric energy, we made all sorts of powers, we burn the gases to create energy, we burn everything else possible. We use chemical effects to create energy. But the beauty with the new technology, as we said before, is now for the first time understanding the operation of the soul, understanding the operation of the reactors and the field transfer. For the first time in the history of man now is learning how to transfer energy into matter. How this has been the secret, the biggest secret in the creation. How can we change? Do what the universe has been doing it naturally, to learn the ways to be able to imitate and develop technologies, full understanding of conversion of energy into matter. Or, as we say, energy being the soul of the man, converting itself to the physicality of existence of the body of the man. Now we understand the whole process. Now we have seen how materials have changed, how we have changed and brought in creating matters into nano and then into GANs and then into the fields, and then putting interaction of the fields with each other, producing different matters from what we call the space of the universe. This is the beauty of the new technology. Independence from any matter state. In a way, be free to understand, to be able to transfer energies of the universe into any matter at any point, anywhere which man needs. In a way, if you look at it in a simple way, if it could be explained, it's very much like we have a dam, we throw water over it, we have turbines, we create energy. Now we're doing the reverse. We're putting the energy, the turbine reverses, and we create the water which is in the dam. Now we understand that much. We have progressed in the knowledge in the past 3 to 5 years to be able to cover what man tried to cover for millions of years in one space of deep time. Now the process is, what happened when we create the soul? What happened when we create this free space of energy of different strength? We call it the soul, the sun, the central line of the galaxy. Any name you would like to choose for the same thing is what happens to it at the end. Is it immortal? Or does it choose its own dimension to become immortal at the point? Or how does it demise? Where does it end? Is there an end to the soul of the man? Or does the soul decide to convert itself to another field or another energy? What and where and how the end comes for a dimension in what we created as a non-tangible entity, what we call the soul, the central line, or the principal matter. It's all the same, but we have chosen different names as we progress in the knowledge of man in science of the creation. But how far can we go? To what extent are we prepared to be free to understand unconditionally the truth about the creation? Does the soul die? What happened to it? How does the soul decide its demise? In so many ways, the soul do die. In so many ways, galaxies do end. In so many ways, the suns do finish. But what happens to them? What happens to the soul of the man? How does it choose its end? How does it choose to merge? And in a way, not to completely dismantle itself, it links up in the strength where it feels a big guaranteed part of its survival to merge with another entity, to become part of another entity. This is how the souls come to an end as singularity. But in collaboration and interaction, they become part of another. In reality, souls, once created, which is a collection of magnetic fields, never stay the same. They just convert from one to another to guarantee the survival of the compactness of the energies which they have created, according themselves, the plasma of life, the essence of the energy of the creation. But how far can we accept this? Or is this limited to the intelligence of man or acceptance of the truth about what happens to the soul of man? It's easy to understand. But on the other hand, if we put collective obedience of the souls together, is what we have shown, the creation of universal councils, the creation of earth councils. These are all connected. In a time to come, many of you will realize the collective soul of the individuals in the Universal Council, the collective soul of the individuals in the Earth Council becomes one soul. In fact, if you look at it, it's like creation of a child in the womb of the mother. The womb is the planet Earth, but at the inception, the totality of the different souls of the members of the councils give rise to soul of singularity, to one entity, to one being. This is the beauty of it. In so many ways, we can come and we can understand to one point that now we, as collective, as a members of the lives on this planet, we decided to bring a singularity to totality of the souls. This is what the end will be. So what we understand is very simple. To what extent man is prepared to understand about the truth about himself and how he decides to bring unity amongst the souls. Got to realize one thing. If you remember, it started with one egg and one sperm, and the totality became the soul of the man. The interaction between the Universal Council and the Earth Council is like the soul, the creator of the soul of this planet. This is why we set it up this way. It has the physicality of the Earth, which is the Earth Council, and it has the dimension of its ether or its Earth atmospheric condition, which is the language of the soul, which has nothing to do with the physicality of the entity. So, in the long term, what will come to be understood is that the totality of the interaction of the members of the Universal Council and the Earth Council will lead to unified soul of the planet. which means one nation, one planet. And as of teachings from today, you will realize we are extending the knowledge. It is for the members of the Universal Council and the Earth Council to come forward and explain their understanding and how they see the unification of these nations become one, and how we make this planet as one nation. As I explained to the members of the councils in the public teaching of last week or early this week, both councils and the men and the humanity has to be aware of very, very, very dangerous line. The dangerous line is by creating the Universal Council, by creating the Earth Council, by giving birth to one nation, one planet, the mankind has to be aware that we do not change the borders of the nations to the borders of languages, that we start a new division in humanity. We have to understand the language has been chosen for the understanding of the soul, of the totality of the entities on this planet, and not just a man. Do the chickens have their own member in the council, or do the birds have the member in the council, or do the lions have the member in the council? The soul of the members of the council has to understand the totality of the needs of the souls of this planet. That's why we have chosen the Universal Council and the Earth Council, that the merger of the two leads to one nation operation, which means guaranteeing the peace. So when we understand more, we need to understand, in fact, what these people think and what is behind the line of thinking that they envisage, that the Universal Council and the Earth Council has to be, which in collectively is you. Every individual one of us is a member of the council. We connect to it through our wishes. We connect to them through our needs. For this reason, as of this week, we start giving more platform to both the Universal Council and the Earth Council. It's their job on a regular basis to interact and understand the need of humanity in writing the charter for mankind. And today, I was communicating with one of the members of the Earth Council, and she said, how do we define this charter? I wrote in a very, very simple language. And that is, if you want to define the humanity and the language and what has to be the charter of the Universal Council, Earth Council, as one nation, one planet, is very simple. It's to be true human and lover of all lives in every dimension and strength, in every point of the universe, as one will manifest itself, which means we take the dimension out of this planet into the universal condition, which means every entity on this planet is to be loved and to be cared for, understanding the loving is giving. Then it becomes irrespective of place, dimension, and time. And this is what we have to understand. The members of the Universal Council and the Earth Council will take most of this morning teachings and in the coming weeks, because we have to understand what is the new generation of peace, what it means to follow the pattern of peace. It's not just because, as I said, we established the one nation, one planet is finished. It's the beginning. The structure for financial and the structure for commercial, the structure for the health, the structure for every need of man now is in the hand of the councils. But with a difference that from now on, we work through the soul of the man, the soul of the planet, to reach the physicality outcome we need, and not vice versa, as has been in the religious beliefs of the past, by punishment, fear, and always threatening what's going to be. From now on is how much more I can elevate myself by serving more. And this is where it is. It means I don't want to fall behind. It means I want to be there before anybody else. I want to give as much as possible. Philanthropist does not have a meaning in the new life. Being generous by giving from the soul does not make one philanthropist, but it makes one understanding the art of life in the universe. I give my life for the others to live. In so many ways, if we look, that if we understand, and if we ever understood what we said in the life of Christ, bless his name, is the true meaning of life. Sacrificing, giving from one's life that the others may survive and flourish. Then it puts the question, was there ever Christ? Or we changed the name of generosity of man to love to the name of Christ. Then it changes a lot of things for a lot of us. It brings a new meaning. Do we all want to be the same as the one who's been so generous? Why do we choose these ways of elevating our souls? Is because we always have been frightened of confirming the existence of the soul within us. And this is what has brought a lot of changes. And in time will bring more changes, because as we understand more, we come to understand, we understand very little of the totality. My wish is my command, and my wish is peace on this planet, and my wish is to unify the souls of beings on this planet and beyond. And in so many ways, we have achieved it. Numbers does not count. The strength of those who believe the change has come and will now flourish to become what we call unifying peace force as established. I think it's time to listen to the members of the Universal Council. We have allocated this morning 1 hour to each council in trying to explain and then in trying to bring discussions on the table to see how we can move on to establish one nation government, one nation group of understanding, one nation, one planet, that there shall be no more war. My mission, as I've said many times, is to create a condition favorable for peace and favorable for the world leaders to accept that this is the path for peace. We have to understand one thing. All these killings over past centuries and thousands of years has brought nothing but degradation of the soul of the man. Let us move back on the track and let us go the way the whole universe goes, which means we become the givers unconditional and not for looking what would be the benefit to me from it, but how can I benefit the soul of the others by sacrificing my own time and soul, that by giving more, I receive more to be able to give more. I close the session with you this morning here because I think it's time to, in a way, see the fruits of some 10 years of teaching, see the fruits of the first blossoms of peace, which is established through the establishment of Universal Council and the Earth Council. Maybe now we start the real process of peace. Thank you very much for being here. We'll step down and we'll leave the two councils to explain their position and bring you in to become part of it. Do not forget, every member of this planet, every citizen is a member of the council. It's just how much you want to serve to be heard through your action and your soul and by shouting over the roofs. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kesh.
Are there any members of the member of the Universal Council is here? Would you like to enlighten us?
Yes, my name is Mashfiq Rashid, and I represent Universal Council, Bengali language in the Universal Council. So, as Mr. Kesh was talking about the unity to achieve the peace, so this would be the basic theme of what I'm going to talk about. So as we have done this one nation, one planet, one race peace treaty as we signed this. This is the beginning of it. And beginning of it in the sense that we have marked the ground, and now we have to proceed along these markings. So unity has been with us here and there and everywhere for a long time. In a way, we weren't able to make it flourish everywhere on the planet. Recently, we saw Hurricane Harvey in Texas, and it was really devastating, and it still is. But here we see people unifying. And unifying to help each other irrespective of where they live in their life and what position or wherever they may be, they help each other. So in this strange situation where we have a lot of suffering, but we see that people are engaging in unity. Now here, there is an interesting thing. This unity that we see manifesting in this situation, can we have this unity without this suffering? And why not? So let's go back a little bit in history. I'll talk a little bit about the history of the part of the world I come from. About 200 years or so back, the British invasion took place in India. Although it's story of my part of the world, and it's the same story in many places, be it American Indians, be it Africans, it's the same story. So my story is story of all of us. So as they came, there was a lot of suffering, and we didn't even know about it until very recently, that what kind of atrocities that happened, particularly in damaging the educational and the healthcare system. And it's all in the archives of the British Library right now, and which has been discovered recently. But yes, this happened. But even in this bad situation, we have the seeds of unity. Now I speak in English language and others as well. And we communicate with the rest of the world. So I learned to speak English language because of this British invasion. And in the same way, you see all the yoga outfits in various cities in the West, and people are exercising, getting healthy. Many such things are happening. We get to know each other more. But the price was high. The suffering was enormous. And the people who instigated it, this process are the same people that are doing it right now. The British Empire, the monarchy, and others associated with them. We don't want to go there, but the unity was there. It happened very slowly by efforts of people, simple people, all around us. Simple people recognizing that, yes, there are something to learn from Indians. Simple people that are in India learning, yes, learning English language brings us closer to these people. People who were controlling this whole affair did not do it, but it's us that did it. And it is us that we will do it now. In spite of the intention behind it, unity was achieved. So I'll take another part of history. This is a few hundred years back from the time the British came in India. This was the Central Asian attempt to come to India, which later on became the Mughal Empire. And there was something different here, though. yes, it was done through force, done through movement of army or military, but the intention of those who were involved in instigating it were to bring the Islamic culture and the Hindu culture together. And so they came, and it was, in my opinion, surprisingly successful. And a lot of things came as a result of it, and the two religions learned each other's strengths. And much of the culture or science, medical practices that followed comes from this togetherness or unity that came as a result of this effort. And it was a very prosperous time for the Indian subcontinent. And the Indian food you eat is that most people in the world are familiar with these days is a product of this united effort. And this effort not only brought Islam and Hindu, the two almost polar opposite religion together, each other's strengths together, but it became more. Yes, there were division, there were attempts to create division, and still is. But the undercurrent of this unity is still flowing there. And as a result of it, it created the Bhakti movement, or the movement of devotion in India. And that resulted in many poets who contributed to this movement, or Bhakti is devotion is, and in a way respect as well. So a lot of love poetry with respect attached to it came out as a result of it. So it's a whole new spiritual movement, which we call now Indian, is in a way product of this unity. So that was successful operation in a way. Yes, there are things that came later on to create division, and even now this Hindu-Muslim divide is being instigated by some. But the main current is still there, and we feel it. So not too long ago, when I was visiting Central Asia, and I was in a taxi, and there was this taxi driver who was speaking about how the Mughal Empire started in his broken English. And he was proud that how it contributed to the Indian culture. And we both appreciated each other, although we could hardly communicate, but the communication was done. And in the end, when we parted our company, we had mutual respect. He realized, he and others in that culture know that they have contributed to something very creative in a united way. And although few words were exchanged, the message went through. So unlike what we see of the things that are stored in the British Museum, this positive intention resides in the hearts of people in Central Asia and in India right now. So that was a better operation in the sense that there was a positive intention behind it. And this devotional movement that created all this poetry, which has love and responsibility attached to it, this is the same thing we see when we see our military serving for the nation, because it is the dignity of human being and the love for the country that they're trying to defend. So the basic elements are there, but the way things are done has to be from a higher intention. So in a way, the militaries have the love and the responsibility. Now, as one nation and one planet, one race, do we see any border? We don't. So the military still can exercise their love and responsibility for the people that they serve. Much like all of us, wherever we are in this planet. So, and in a way, every military man or woman have this within them as they join their forces. Now they join forces with all of us, wherever we are. And we unite with this love and responsibility in mind to carry out the task of bringing us together. And there is no border to defend, because what we are really defending is our love and responsibility, not the borders. So, in a way, all of us, and here I would welcome everybody's suggestions in how we go about doing it. We can start doing it locally by sending our wishes to those who would participate in this. Now, sending our wishes. Yes, we can do it through higher strength field. We can do it through talking. We can do it another way, through conduct. And as Keshe Foundation members and those who are listening to this, we use languages, and we can use conduct as well. And because conduct is what we will carry forward as we move beyond the confine of this planet. So this conduct is how we will make various devices and things using the Keshe Foundation technology. It's not only that, yes, we may make these with our intention, but how we give this to other people with the love and responsibility. And then much of the things that we worry about disappear, because the higher intention is operating here, and our worries need not to be there, because we are doing the same thing like everybody else. Loving others and giving in that process and being responsible in receiving what they have to offer. So the magnetical and the gravitational are in one package. As Mr. Keshe has said, I mean, you cannot really separate these two, they're together. So locally, what can we do? I mean, we can give this, I mean, I'll go into a little more specifics here, in the sense that, yeah, we can give these devices to serve others, whether it's health or food need or others. Yes, we will give them these things, but it is equally important the way we give them, in the conduct and in the manner we can do this. And this not only elevates us, as we have to in order to serve better and better, but others can see that there is more to this story than just these devices or this technology, and there is a way to use these things. It's not just these things do this, but there is a purpose or an intention behind it. It can be as simple as that I will get healed by it. It can be even more, much more than that. So this is one area where we can do it. Similarly, as we know, education is an important aspect of creating unity. Those who know a little bit about brainwashing know that some of our educational system uses some of those techniques. But once we have our intention there and make it fun, then we bypass those kind of mechanisms. I remember when I was in high school, I dreaded memorizing things, and that's kind of like that's a brainwashing technique in a way. So what can we do? So here in teaching, we not only teach through our words, but through our conducts, that our conducts bring unity. The children come together because they're attracted by it. They unite with the teacher in a way. And it's not just children, but anybody. These ideas and this technology all has to be propagated or throughout the society. So in order to do that, it is important that people are attracted to it, but not just by the technology element, but way we deliver it. And same goes for manufacturing the products and other activities that we engage in. So right now, I talked a little bit about history, and and many of you can relate to it, although I talked about it in terms of local sense. And in the same way, I talked about a little bit about how one might go about doing it. But I'm sure many of you have lots of good ideas in this and lots of local wishes and even higher strength wishes to make this a reality. So my request would be for you to come forward and give us some ideas, because in a way we are all the same. Although some of the beings on this planet speak a different language. For example, the mosquitoes sometimes don't want to listen to me, but in due course, I'm sure they will listen. But we start with our close neighbors, the fellow human beings on the planet, and then we start communicating with others and get their input. And we will feel it as we move into the higher strength fields. And we take their request and we make it a reality. And this time, unlike the previous time where it was written in the British Library Archive or in the hearts of people in various continents, it will be written in the soul, archive of our soul, and it will propagate throughout the universe or the unicos. So please come forward and suggest your thoughts and wishes for us to listen to as we write this charter. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mosfeq. So is there somebody willing to come forward with that? I see we have an attendee with their hand up. And there's Mark.
I'll come in. This is Gatua from Kenya. Yes, and thank you very much, Mosfek, for talking about unity, the history of unity and the way to the future, unity, and your experiences as a Bengali representative of the Universal Council. It is very important for all of us to understand that for the first time, the Keshe Foundation is uniting people through languages. Why is this important? Languages have been used to divide. They have been used as divisive elements since colonialism. The so-called tribes, I call them nations, so I don't like tribe, because it's divisive by itself, because of its history, how it was used by the colonialists to divide indigenous peoples all over the world, wherever they were colonized. Now, a lot of people, especially in politics today, see the languages as divisive. Those who seek political offices have been known to use the languages they speak to look down upon others because of the bad history that came from colonialism, how they were used, and even before colonialism, by the divisive entities, especially the Europeans who colonized and took other people's lands. Now, we have learned from Mr. Keshe that we can use these languages to unite. And this is important in that people who speak a particular language, for example, the Bengali of India, are all over the world. They are not restricted to one single space of India. They are here in Kenya, they are everywhere in the world. And so are the Gikuyu people of Kenya that I represent in the Universal Council. So they are everywhere. And we wish to unite them wherever they are. So for the very first time, we are using languages without borders to unite for peace. Now, when we achieve this, which we can begin locally, Mr. Mosfek talked about what can we do locally. So you begin where you are locally, you unite as a member of UC, Universal Council, of a particular language. You unite those who speak your language wherever they are, and in so doing, you are also uniting others. We encourage many more languages to have representatives in the council, and there is a process of applying to become a representative of your language. So we are very inclusive. We respect all languages in the world, big or small. And this is what makes the Keshe Foundation approach unique, in that it's using what the common bind, the thing that keeps people together, the languages. And we must also understand that everything in this universe has gravitational magnetic fields, the energy, the soul. There is a soul of a language. That soul has a gravitational magnetic field. And in unity, and we have also learned today, this morning, from Mr. Keshe, that all of us are members of the councils, these councils, whether you have registered or not. And when we unite, the totality becomes one soul. And of course, that adds strength in terms of gravitational magnetic fields, so that when we wish for peace, we attain that peace faster. Now, I'll try to say what I just said in Gikuyu, the language that I represent in the Universal Council. Ndamugeithia inyuothe o kuria guothe muri rita ria mbere thiini wa thi Kesh Foundation ni yambiriirie kuhuthira thiomi cia andu thiini wa thi yothe kunyitithania andu o ene kuria maragia thiomi icio na kuria kungi mari mabũrũri-inĩ mothe ma thĩ. Kwa mũhiano, andũ arĩa maragia Gĩkũyũ matikaraga o Kenya gwiki. Kũrĩ maragia Gĩkũyũ me New York, kũrĩ maragia Gĩkũyũ me India na mabũrũri mangĩ mothe. Koguo tũkĩhũthĩra rũthiomi rwa Gĩkũyũ kũmanyitithania, tũrahũthĩra rũthiomi tũtekũrora mĩhaka. Koguo tũtirĩ na ungumania kana ũthutũkania wa kũrĩa mũndũ arĩ, othe mararia Gĩkũyũ, tũmanyitithanie kũrĩa guothe marĩ. Na arĩa mekwaria Bengali, ta ũrĩa Mosfeq arũgamĩrĩire kũrĩa India, matirĩ India gwiki, me kũndũ kũngĩ, me gũkũ Kenya, me mabũrũri ma Amerika, bũrũri wa Amerika kana Canada kana kũrĩa kũngĩ. Rĩu manyitithanĩtio na rũthiomi rwao, na gĩtũmi kĩrĩa kĩnene mũno gĩa kũmanyitithania na thiomi ciao nĩ atĩ thiomi cio nyene nĩ irĩ mĩoyo. Koguo mũnyitanĩte na nĩtwathomithio nĩ Kesh rũcinĩ rũrũ, Mr. Kesh nĩatũthomithia atĩ tũnyitanĩte tũrĩ aingĩ, mĩoyo ya andũ ĩnyitanĩte nĩ ũndũ wa kwenda ũndũ mũna ta thayũ thĩinĩ wa thĩ. Kwa mũhiano, ũtuĩkaga muoyo ũmwe, na muoyo ũmwe nĩ ũrĩ kĩndũ gĩa gũtindĩka na kũgucia, ũgucia na ũtindĩki nĩcio ciĩtagwo magnetic gravitational, makũmbĩ na magnetic gravitational fields. Nĩmo tũreta ũgucia na ũtindĩki, tondũ kũgucia nĩ gravitational, gũtindĩka nĩ magnetical. Na hinya nĩ wongererekaga rĩrĩa mũrĩ aingĩ gũkĩra wĩ iki, noguo nĩ tuonaga kinya Gĩkũyũ tene, okorwo nĩ gũthĩnjĩra Ngai mathiaga marĩ aingĩ, makamba makeharĩria na ũndũ ũmwe na ũrĩa tũrathoma rĩu atĩ nĩ kwambatĩria mĩoyo yao kana gũmĩtũgĩria nĩguo ĩtuĩke ĩmwe. Mathiĩ metia mbura makoiga thai, kũheana mbura ĩkoira ona matainũkĩte. Ũguo nĩ wega mũno tũnyitane, nĩguo tũreka gũkũ Kesh Foundation, kũnyitithania andũ na thiomi ciao. Na Mr. Kesh nĩoiga rũcinĩ rũrũ atĩ ona we ũtaingĩrĩte ho na nĩ ũrenda thayũ, ũrĩ o njama-inĩ ĩyo ya iria ithondeketwo nĩ Kesh, tondũ wendi waku wĩ hau na hinya wa muoyo waku nĩ ũkuongerera wendi witũ wa kũrehe thayũ thĩinĩ wa thĩ. Na o ta ũrĩa kwĩ mũtugo wa Gĩkũyũ gĩkĩaria maũndũ ta maya ma bata, kana hĩndĩ ĩrĩa kĩrenda kũheo thayũ, kĩambaga kũhe mũmbi thayũ, gĩkoiga thai na gĩkamũthathaiya. Ũguo nĩ ta kũmũthiririma thayũ, kũmũthathaiya. Ũguo kĩoigaga thai, thathaiya Ngai thai, na noguo kuga ũmũthĩ. Thank you very much. I have tried to just translate, not directly, but the idea, the main ideas that I said in English earlier. And again, uniting through languages, as we do in the Universal Council, is a very important step. And we should definitely understand and take away that home, what we learned today. We had learned this in various places, you see, like where they say unity is strength and all that. But in most cases, they were united to disunite. But for the first time, we are united for peace. Thank you very much. I appreciate very much giving me this opportunity to contribute. Thank you very much indeed.
Okay.
Over to you, Rick.
I was thinking there might be some other Universal Council people that would like to say something. I see there's a number of them in the panelists here.
Hi everyone. Hi Eugene. This
Hi,
is
Paul.
Paul from Tokyo. I want to bring my part and I want to start in French before come back in English. Bonjour à toute la communauté française. Bonjour à tous les êtres de la planète Terre et bienvenue dans ce monde nation. Dans la progression et de l'unicité de l'individualité à la société et de la société à l'individualité, nous sommes ici pour partager avec vous ce que la société devenir un, car c'est en devenant un qu'on pourra remonter jusqu'à la source pour devenir ou pour découvrir la beauté du Créateur. Je vais intervenir directement sur 2 points. Le point de départ de la société, Le point du départ de la société, c'est l'individualité. Et cette individualité est née d'un noyau qui s'appelle la famille. Et la famille, par le processus indiqué, et l'œuf vient de l'individu. Donc, l'homme et la société créent ce qu'on appelle une infinité ou créer ce qu'on a à 8 points. C'est-à-dire que l'individu vient de la société et la société vient de l'individu. Sans la société, l'individu n'y est pas. Et sans l'individu, la société n'y est pas. Alors, dès qu'on comprend ce processus, que c'est l'individu qui fait la société par le processus de l'intégration, on comprend alors là que nous avons besoin d'être unis ensemble pour construire la société. Et dès qu'on comprend que la société a pour fondation l'individu, alors on doit se porter volontaire en tant que chaque individu de cette planète pour former notre société. Vivre en société est un avantage, car tous nous sommes limités. Et nos limites deviennent une mer ouverte à tout le monde lorsqu'on est unis. Ça devient une étendue de territoire, pas de limite lorsqu'on est unis, car moi, mes limites, en tant qu'individu, la société l'a poussé plus loin, et dès lors, je n'ai plus de limites. Alors, pour dire à un, ou quand on s'arrête à la structuration de l'individualité, on est limité. Mais lorsqu'on intègre la société en tant qu'individu, nous aussi, notre part à la construction de notre société, nous poussons les limites loin. en ce fait qu'on n'agit plus en tant qu'individu, en ce fait qu'on n'est plus cet individu qui se voit limité par ces quatre coins, mais qui se trouve désormais dans un monde, dans un cosmopolite, pas de limites. D'où on parle de niveau de la société. C'est-à-dire que l'individu doit s'intégrer à ses limites, au-delà de ses entendements. Donc, nous sommes faits de la société pour servir la société. Et notre intégrité ou notre intégration dans la société devient important pour pouvoir... La société nous a servi et on est devenu ce qu'on est. Nous devons aussi servir la société. Et servir cette société demande l'unité et un. On doit être un et on doit agir au nom de ce un. Car nous tous, nous venons tous du même noyau. Né pour servir la société et la société née pour servir l'individu. Donc, par là, nous comprenons que c'est un monde d'imbrication et d'implication de la part de l'individu et de la société. En ce sens que sans la société, l'individu n'y est pas. Et sans l'individu, la société n'y est pas. À ce point de constat, nous sommes obligés de revenir à l'unité. Nous sommes obligés de revenir au un et nous sommes obligés d'aller au tout. Donc, notre chemin à nous tous, ce que je souhaite, que tous nous empruntons le chemin du un et le chemin du tout. Le chemin du un, parce qu'on doit se parfaire, ça voudrait dire un travail sur soi pour nous permettre de devenir vraiment cet outil qui va servir la société. Et le chemin du tout, parce que ayant accompli, nous devons servir la société. Autrement dit, notre valeur et notre existence n'a pas de sens si l'individu, de par ses compétences, ne peut pas unifier son environnement, ne peut pas unifier sa vie avec la grosse qui est celui de l'univers. Donc, chemin du un et du tout pour devenir un est ce chemin que je vous invite tous à nous écouter, que je vous invite tous à emprunter pour que nous puissions arriver à pousser les limites au-delà de nos entendements. Ce fut mon message de ce matin à tous ceux qui nous écoutent. Que la paix et l'unité par la compréhension de l'individu fait par la société et par le fait que l'individu fait sa société et que sans la société, l'individu ne peut pas exister et sans aussi l'individu, la société ne peut pas exister. Que nous devenons un et que nous apportons notre pierre à l'évolution et à la construction de cette planète Terre. Merci à tous. Hello everyone. I was explaining in French about our understanding of unity. And I'm going to give the summary of our understanding. And our understanding is that man comes from the egg, the core. So man is made by the core, which is the family. And this family comes from the society. In this way, we understand in very simple way that without society, the life is not possible. And without also man, human beings, the society is not there. So this means that it's society to serve this society. And society have already served man to let him be. We have two ways. The way of one to become all, and the way of all to become one. We are part of this society, and we have to live in this society. And as individual parts of this planet have limits, we are all limited. But by integrating ourselves in our society, there is no limits for us. So there is no need one part not serving humanity. There is no need to say that I don't want to stay alone without integrating my society. We need to become one with our society. Now we have to serve our society because we are made from society, and society is made by man. So man made his society, and the society made man. So I invite everyone to just understand this simple principle, that without society, any life is possible. And we are there to serve society, and society already serves us. We are part of this society. We need to be part of this society. We need to bring our part to construct this society. And there is no time, no energy to lose by dividing each other. There is no benefit, because when you stay alone, you understand that you can't do nothing. Nothing. Any life is possible without society. We need society to make life possible. So please join one planet as big society from understanding of human beings from now to bring your part to construct where man will not get no limit, where man will live in peace because there is no limit, where man will get what he needs to be in life because he didn't get no limit. One part of reality is that one man don't understand that he is create mayhem and create in himself and then the society, he cannot integrate our society. Now we understand that by being limited, we start going out of the real and normal life. So this is a big opportunity to put out of our life our limits. So, and we have only tool to create life for others. What is what we need more? We need everyone to be in peace. We need everyone to be in life. We need everyone to be the life from society, from the universe. So the opportunity of one planet, one race, one nation is there. Bring your efforts, your energy to construct this society for us and for the next generation. The color of skin of man is just the beauty of Creator. It's just like the different part of human body. We have different shape and different form, different color in us. So this should not bring division inside of society, because you see in yourself the black color from your head. Your head is black color. So you have black man from Africa. So you understand that you have in your structure this color. White, you have it. Yellow, you have it. Another color from human being, you have it. So the color from understanding of us human beings should not bring division in our society from now. And language is different type of vibration. And when you see the planet Earth, we have different type of vibration around the world. When you just touch water, it is one kind of vibration. When you just touch the heat, it is one kind of vibration. So you are already in also this part of vibration, different part of vibration. We have to understand that vibration from the language, which is the tool of expression of any human beings, should not be also and I want to end by the money system. Today, you are a man or you have more values if you have money. If you don't have money, you are nothing. And from this money made by man to create division, we have to stop this. We have to understand that we have more values and we are more than that, and we should not let it be our value. Our value is precious, and we don't need this to put man at his place. I want to end by here by inviting everyone to join us in this process of one planet, one race, one nation, by unification, by understanding the unity to let it become one, and to let put out limits to get to one perfect society. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Okay, is there someone else in the panelists who would like to go ahead?
I would like to say only one thing. What Paul is.
Could you say who you are too, please?
Yeah, sorry. It's Jalal from Iraq.
Thank you.
What I'm thinking, Paul is already speak about it, about the black cells and the white cells and all that. So we are connected. 100% without speaking also. Thank you. Thank you, Paul.
Anybody else in the panelists who would like to say something? Maybe somebody from...
Yes, Rick, can I come in? It's Rui from Universal Council speaking. I represent in the Universal Council the Portuguese language. I have two points that I would like to speak here to manifest the importance of unity and how I understand. And the first of all, the first of that is I speak here as a speaker Portuguese language because the language organized in our brains and our understanding of the reality in the structure of the language, so the sensibility of the language. It's what I represent here. It's the sensibility, the structure of understanding reality in Portuguese. So everyone speak Portuguese can understand the same structure of the reality in the matter of the language and the sensibilities. So they can feel represented. Then if it's me now, it can be anyone else. But I speak in Portuguese, I speak in English with all the other members to put my sensibility, Portuguese sensibility in English because I don't know Portuguese. So in this way, like Mostek said, when the English been in India, they give the language to unify. So English is the language that we use here to speak with each other to unify the communication. But every one of us has the different structures, the different, I would say, feelings and understanding reality. But when we speak in English and we put here, we see we are all the same. So the language here works as a diverse, I wouldn't say diverse, but bigger understanding of reality, different aspects that reality manifests with the little corners. Each language has these little corners and it shines different way. So that's the beauty. It's to make bigger the understanding for all of us. So I continue to speak in English because it's important. It's what we use in our committees. The other idea that was here talking about unity of the planet and nation, and Mr. Cash said so. My understanding is that we should defend and manifest ourselves in the universal community and as a planet, as one, all beings, because the life we should be representatives of the life in this planet, and not only humans, but all kind of plants, all kind of insects, birds, even stones, and mammals, everything, because we depend on it to live. We come the soul of the sun, let's say, manifest life on the planet different ways, and for we can be supported by each other as unity. So I want to say here that we should realize the importance to be our kind of life in this planet as human, integrated with the other ones as one, and start to harmonize all this, because we did a lot of bad stuff here and unbalance the planet. So we should correct, and at least to understand the need to do it. And we have technology for that. We can, and we have the knowledge to, because we know that you should and we have to integrate ourselves in the way of life. And it's not the way it's to exclude the ones we feel that we don't fit here, or they are proceeding wrong. We are the same. We did the same before because we didn't understand. So we have to give the knowledge for everyone, integrate and understand and integrate as one, and understand the life and the manifestation of the life on the planet, that we are not only the humans on the planet, we are part of a life and a manifestation of life on the planet. So it's what I want to say about it. Thank you, everyone. It's always a pleasure to be with all of you. Thank you.
Okay, who is next on the panelists who would like to go forward?
This is Moshfek again. I would like to mention one thing that our enlightened members of the council members from Africa, Paul and Gatwa, did is that they used another language. So one of the most important thing about saying it in another language, which I did not do, is that it conveys a different emotion, as well as perhaps, as we learn to understand, perhaps it conveys more than the emotion, a certain feelings at a higher strength that we give to each other and help us enlighten what is there in our cultural background over the many years it has operated. So I think that was a very interesting point they brought up without saying it. And I would like to say that that's an important element in uniting us at a higher strength and become closer in a more intimate way, so to sort of going closer to the reality. Thank you.
Okay, is there someone else in the panelists who'd like to come forward? Well, I could mention that this is Rick Crammond here. Some of these stories reminds me of when I was a child, and I would have what was called a pen pal. And a pen pal is someone that you would write to in a foreign country, and you would just exchange letters and, you know, develop a friendship with this, basically a stranger in some foreign country as a pen pal. And now with our modern communications, such as Facebook and all the other different medias available to us as cultures in the world, there's much more communication occurring on a worldwide basis. And so we have naturally much more overlapping of the different cultures, the different colors, the different languages. All of the variations in the world now are more easily accessed and more easily in our attention. So I propose that now, instead of having pen pals, we now have what we could call plasma pals. So what's happening now is there's people uniting all over the world in the most incredible way over, well, what we call plasma, this teaching about plasma, the knowledge about plasma, and how that applies to our own physicality and to what we call our soul, or maybe our essential self. So I propose that we can use the term plasma pal and replace what used to be called a pen pal. And when we make these connections with others with a common purpose, with a common understanding, then we have these plasma pals all over the world. For example, I'm in communication with the people on the live stream chat, and I haven't met these people, and I don't know them outside of the live stream chat, but yet we find there's one person that says they're from San Diego in the United States. Next one is from Romania, and another from India, and another from Nepal. So that's just in the live stream, and I know that's true of the Universal Council and of generally with the interactions of the Keshe Foundation. It's amazing how much of a cross-section of cultures that are involved and are get totally excited about this technology. So I was thinking of that today. I've got this overwhelming number of what are called friends in Facebook, and most of these people I've never met personally and don't really know who they are, but yet almost every one of the literally thousands of friends that have befriended me in the last few years have been very much peaceful people that are concerned about the world and how we should be progressing toward peace. And they are almost all what we would call perhaps spiritual people, not necessarily religious, but more sensitive or spiritual, or what we call feeling the fields is a terminology that's coming up lately. So we have this interconnecting network of plasma pals around the world with that have an understanding that when you meet another plasma pal, you know that they know something special, something more than just the ordinary education and knowledge that you receive in school. And chances are that when you connect with them, you'll be talking about things that aren't of just the ordinary, sports and movies that are happening and so on TV and whatnot. It's usually something more substantial, let's say, that's going on as a communication, as a interaction. And often it has to do with GANSs and the reactors and some of the other different aspects of the technology of the Keshe Foundation, which again brings out that tendency that the people that are connecting in these networks sort of already have and are already manifesting. And it brings it out in them in a glorious way when they encounter the GANSs and they have healing events that take place, or they, their dog gets healed by a plasma patch, or they save energy on their MedGrav that they put together themselves, and they happen to be a grandmother living, way out in the sticks of some rural area somewhere, and so on. The stories just keep coming in all the time, and it's an amazing process for me personally to be involved with this, to see especially the interactions among the human beings of this planet and how they're getting together in so many ways and getting excited about not only the technology. It's not about getting excited about the technical stuff, which was part of it initially. That's kind of why I got into it. It was a bit exciting in terms of learning about this knowledge and how to apply it and whatnot. And it still is. It still absolutely is. But now there's much more layering involved, many layers of knowledge, many layers of means of manifesting and so on. So now it's become a much wider area of exploration for myself and others. Many opportunities come up within the Keshe Foundation or within the environment that we end up creating for ourselves with this intention of going forward in a peaceful manner, number one, and with the idea of helping and giving toward others as a prime feature as well. So some of these ethics and ethos are embedded into the way people operate around the Keshe Foundation. And it's I just want to say it's quite a fascinating journey to watch that and be part of that. And I'm very fortunate and full of gratitude for that opportunity. So thanks to everybody for helping with that to happen and for just participating in all the crazy shenanigans, you might say, that have occurred, all the wonderful things that have been invented and innovated and developed, and the ideas and concepts that have come out, and all the wonderful people that have connected and wanted to share and wanted to get knowledge and receive and so on. So it's an amazing process, and thank you everybody for that opportunity. Okay, so opening it up to someone else who'd like to say something. How about you, Lisa?
I'm here, Rick. I actually would like to share a screen because I've I've put together a little bit of stuff that the EC have been discussing, and I thought that it can help enlighten some other people. So
Okay,
if I could share the screen, please.
go ahead.
I'm just organizing here. Can you see that? Hello?
Hi, Lisa. Yeah, Rick, I think he just dropped out for a second, so he'll be right back in.
Yeah,
I thought it was me.
I
Okay,
was
can you
busy
actually see
dropping
that?
out. Sorry about that. Yeah. Drop out. Okay, we're back again here. All's good.
Okay, so we've just been having a bit of a discussion in the EC about how we can take everything forward now, because Mr. Kesh has systematically gone through the different parts of the plasma for us, from the nano to the GANs and the fields, and he's taught us about the soul, but somehow a lot of people are not managing to make the connection, and so we need to discover how we can help them and how we can learn and grow and mature and to understand all of the stuff that he's taught. And so we posed a few questions to ourselves and had, went around this question, and we said, what is the difference between a man that has experience and that one has wisdom? And the one that has wisdom has learned from his experience as opposed to just reacting from it. And what is the difference between us having fleeting glimpses of truth versus fundamental enlightenment? Because through the eons, religion has always just given us fleeting glimpses of truth and hasn't really taught us much fundamental enlightenment. And we constantly need to ask ourselves, when we feel these glimpses of truth, we need to ask ourselves why and delve deeper. And we need to be open also to all new information as being a stepping stone to further understanding. Because we need to acknowledge that knowledge for everyone, the knowledge of everyone is useful to you too. Because everyone on this planet has experienced and has learned things. And when we listen to them with open hearts and open minds, we learn something new. And this is what Mr. Kesh does all the time. I notice every time he asks somebody for information, he's very open and he listens and he gains from that knowledge. And this is how we are going to help ourselves to enlighten ourselves, because only we can do it. And so this means that we actually have to do the work now, because he's given us all the tools. He's given us the way and he's taught us all the bits, but now we have to figure out how to put it together. And so we have to start doing the work. And doing the work is actually using our critical thinking and delving deeper and being open to build your understanding and taking responsibility for your own enlightenment. Because I'm afraid there's no shortcuts. I think that what we've learned about the plasma and the operation of the plasma is the shortcut. And so we're not going to be able to learn about our soul by finding a new meditation technique or breathing in a special way. We're only going to learn by understanding the operation of ourselves and by gaining the knowledge we need to understand, and by giving that knowledge and that understanding and that enlightenment back to others and serving them to help them to understand, loving them and allowing them to grow in their understanding however they need to is the only way we're going to find that enlightenment. And so it means we're really going to have to now connect the dots between the science of the plasma and the soul aspects of what Mr. Kesh has taught. And so now we really need to dig deeper into the science of the soul. And we now have the knowledge that our soul is the source within us. And how does this creator, which is us, actually work? And so now we need to use the knowledge we've gained with plasma science to figure out how we operate. Because in essence, we now understand we're the reactor. Our soul is the essence of us that can create anything. And how does this actually work? So the science is the basic user manual to explain the field interaction, and which is at the essence of all existence. And so now we need to learn how to fly, because Mr. Kesh has given us our spaceships, because we are the spaceship and our soul is the pilot. And the plasma science and the field interaction is our user manual on how we're going to learn to now navigate our way without harming others, how we can navigate our way to help others, how to not crash into each other anymore, which we seem to do on a regular basis. And I think that this is what we need to try and work on in the next while, to connect the dots, to get our user manual organized so that we can get our learner's license and start operating our souls on a slightly different level, because now we start understanding that every interaction we have is a field, and how the fields move, how the fields interact. And this is all going to come to help us to understand how our souls work, because this is been the fundamental problem with religion all the time. We've told we need to believe. We need to believe this and believe that, and they're core truths in many of the religions, just little fleeting glimpses, but we've always had to believe. Now we don't believe anymore, because now we know the science can explain it for us, and we need to understand the science so that we can use it to understand the soul. And yes, we will use ourselves as our spaceships to fly if we delve deeply enough into this. And when we look at a bit above the page, we were talking about how we learn to mature and grow. If we look at everybody on the planet and everywhere else in the Unicos as an aspect of the creator, they all have experience, and if we listen and learn from them, they will basically help us to be, in a sense, the flight simulator, because at the moment we're just learning. But if we have other experiences from other people, and we understand fundamentally at a soul level and touch their souls with our souls by giving them love and understanding, we can understand their experiences, and we can allow them to give us the knowledge and the field strengths to understand certain conditions, and to gain from that, and to be able to teach and serve more. And so I hope that this inspires everybody to have a new, deeper understanding, and to start delving deeper into the science of the soul, as we now know what it is, because we've always feared connecting the science and the soul. The scientists don't want to know about souls, and a lot of the soul-seeking people don't necessarily want to do the science because they think it's difficult and it isn't settling nicely in their brain. But we're going to have to connect the dots to be really empowered and enlightened people in the time to come. And so I please encourage all of you to do that.
Excuse me, Lisa, could you make the screen bigger? There's a request to make the writing larger.
Okay.
F5 was suggested by Flint to make
That better?
the bigger. No, that didn't change.
No.
There we go. That's way better. Thank you
Okay.
very much.
Okay. Okay. So I wondered if anybody had any ideas and thoughts on that. Any feedback or discussion they'd like to have. Because by discussing is how we learn from each other and how we gain from others' experiences.
Hi, Lisa, and everybody. I'm Ursula.
Hi, Ursula.
Universal Council in Spanish. I agree with all what you say. Very beautiful message. And we know it already inside of us. And sometimes we forget because there are fears, there are competitivity, there are all the things that makes us feel sad sometimes with family problems or community problems or catastrophes like that in the United States in this moment. And we know from where they come. And we feel also the fear of everybody there and around us. And sometimes it's hard to have this strongness to show them the way. Sometimes they don't believe us when we are talking. We must be unified for this reason, to be stronger all together. And thank you for your message. Thank you very much.
We also had a few ideas when we were discussing the charter, and I don't know if any of the other EC members are available, because unfortunately a lot of them have other commitments or they've fast asleep in the middle of the night at this time. So I don't know if anybody else is there.
Hello, Lisa. Hello, all together. This is Klaus from Austria.
Hello, Klaus.
I love your development. It's a wonderful, wonderful one. And I want to say some words from the great Nelson Mandela. He said, "I'm the master of my life. I'm the captain of my soul." And I say, so it is. Thank you for all. Thank you.
Thanks, Klaus. So when we were discussing the charter, we were trying to come up with formulating ideas on how the charter needs to work. And because of this, the EC, we had a good debate and discussion and tried to formulate ideas coming from the soul, because every time before in any form of religion or any form of legalese, everything has always come from physical operation. None of it has come from a soul level understanding. And as soon as you come from a physical operation, things fall apart, because you set boundaries that are not supposed to be there. And so it doesn't work. And so we thought that we'd share a few of our discussion points with everybody, because it opens up a lot of thought and it opens up a lot of avenues to try and understand. And hopefully we'll help all the members of the councils and everybody else out there who listens to this to maybe gain some insight as to how we end up creating the charter and what it actually means. So this is not a charter to tell us how to behave, because that's done with. we don't need to be told how to behave. We're not children, but rather it needs to be an understanding of how we need to be. And be is a very different word to behave. And I hope that that word means something to people. So man understands his origin and he respects his totality. And we understand that our soul is within us and we are the creator. And also that we're part of the whole, and therefore our soul is part of the totality of souls, which is the creator. And therefore we understand that whatever we do in this physical form impacts on all other souls in creation. So this was the first point that we'd come up with as a discussion point to kind of help us to decide how we need to operate in the future as a human race, and what points we need to discuss in the charter. So we first had a look at the division, borders, and physical difference. And once we know that our soul is within us, and our soul is creator itself, and also part of the grand creator of the whole unicos, we are therefore all interconnected through our souls and part of totality. And so there is no border between souls. So no physical border can divide us. No language or culture should come between us. And every other soul, no matter its manifestation, is connected to us on this planet and in all of creation. So every soul in every galaxy, universe, and dimension is part of and connected to our soul and is beautiful. And all division is ultimately just a physical deception. And when you understand that, it starts allowing you to understand how we need to operate on this planet and beyond. Because now we understand we can't set limits on who we're going to eat or who we're going to kill. We can't set limits on who we're going to interact with or love or not love at all. It means we have to consider that every single thing in totality is just another part of creator, which is us. And so that brings with it a fundamental understanding of how we need to operate, because if we hurt any other being, no matter what, we are hurting ourselves. And that starts the whole idea of where we need to go with our charter. And I don't know if anybody would like to come into the discussion on that one and give us your insights that you might have. Okay, I'm going to carry on with our governance and hierarchy, because this was something that I suppose many people are thinking, how on earth are we going to govern a society? Do you even call it governing? Because we're not here to tell people what to do. We're just here to help. And so we have to look at ways that society can operate that is totally different now from what we are used to and we've always had. And it's quite a difficult thing to come to understand how we need to operate as society, because now we've got to look closely at what the soul says. So if we see the beauty of every soul and we celebrate its uniqueness as contribution to the beauty of creation, it elevates all of us. And so if we have a combination of dynamic individual uniqueness, it enhances the totality and gives creation its dynamic beauty. And Mary explained this in a very beautiful way. She was trying to describe a set of colored lights in a beautiful ball, and all the colored lights are flashing, and together they make this beautiful light display that we see. But as soon as you take one or two of the lights out of the equation, it changes the whole light show. It doesn't look the same anymore. And this is why every little light of every little color is important. And that is why creation is so beautiful, because we are all so unique. And we all can bring something to the table. It doesn't matter who we are. We all have unique qualities that are a field strength that can help something else or help someone else or explain the beauty of something to somebody else. And in your unique way, you are important. And so we have to make sure that everybody feels that they're taken care of. In their unique way, they are happy. And we also understand that we all can serve in our unique way. So we need to celebrate diversity and know that we're all unique expressions of Creator itself. And if our souls carry totality, we are all in essence the same. We are, however, each an expression of the Creator, carrying within us a combination of energies that make us unique. And this allows us to serve in a myriad of ways to bring us closer to the Creator. So with this understanding, there's no place for hierarchy or voting or terms of office or any kind of previous methods we use to govern the planet. And because we need to choose to serve in a way that matches our needs and others for as long as we choose to do so. And in this way, it'll allow us to all serve and give more and to benefit humanity in totality. So if I feel I have a unique talent and I wish to be of service, that is the way we should happily want to serve. We can't squeeze people into a box and say, you must do this and you must do that, and so you must serve. That would never be the purpose. The purpose would be allow everyone and their unique expression to serve in whichever way they felt comfortable. And their field strength will contribute to the whole field strength of everything. And when they feel maybe that their field strength doesn't match the spot that they're in at the moment anymore, they can move on and do something else to serve. And that means, yes, if you want to move on and do something else, you have the freedom to do that as well. And we see this as a way for humanity to operate in the councils from now on. And I don't know if any of you might want to think on that one and how it means that you're positioning, you position yourself where you're comfortable. As a reactor, as we've learned before in the fields, you position yourself where you feel comfortable and you accommodate all the others and the others accommodate you. And this is the best spot for you at the moment. And so that is where you can serve. I hope that makes sense to people. And then we had a good discussion about mutual consent. And this was something we tossed about for quite a while, because to create a positive outcome for both entities, there must be an agreement on the interaction. So mutual consent allows for totality to benefit from all interaction. And there seems to need to be a matching of fields when we see that you need an attraction of matching fields, and then something seems to mesh and you can give and take very happily. So where the fields are not matching, we can change our position and find a place where balance can be achieved. So mutual consent needs to be the essence of how humanity organizes and restores our beautiful planet. And those who wish to serve will find ways to bring about harmony and balance, where all consent to the most beneficial course of action. In this way, human society can operate from one level through to planet-wide. And though it's necessary to have a level of maturity for this way of operating, because it's quite difficult when you understand that we don't work like this yet at the moment. We think we know better. We think we know how we need to restore the planet. We think we know what is good for the animals and what is good for the earth and what are good for the plants and the trees. I don't think so. I think we have to learn to ask them how they would like to come back into balance and not be arrogant enough to think that we know best. And it will be a great learning process for us to communicate with the plants and the animals and the stones and the rivers and whatever the ecosystems, because this is also a very important part. I've learned a lot from the original people of Australia. They lived in balance and harmony with nature on this continent for 40,000 years before the white man came. And when the settlers arrived here, they took one look and they said, oh, these wild men, they do nothing. They don't understand how anything works. They're not civilized, and promptly decimated everything around them. But what they hadn't realized was that the original people of this continent had connected on a soul level with all the creatures on this continent, from the smallest animal to the plants to even the microbes. And they understood how to manage the environment in harmony with everything. So they, every 5 years, would burn a certain patch of land, because they understood that burning created regeneration for certain of the plants, but only after a certain amount of years, because then they wouldn't decimate any of the other vegetation around, and only certain parts of the land that would allow for regeneration. They understood how the land was fragile and so could not be cultivated on a heavy scale like we do in Europe or anywhere else. So they would create almost forest gardens, you could call them, and they would plant and nurture little seeds and dot them around the environment and create their food forest, so that they knew that all the vegetation was helping each other to survive in times of drought. These are all things that we can gain knowledge from people that have been in this position, and they could literally as well speak to the animals through their souls. They would hunt by asking in dream time the night before for all the old and infirm creatures to come, so that those would be the ones that could be hunted, so that they left the babies alone, and they'd call in the night to the souls. So yes, we understand now we shouldn't be eating any other creatures, but this was a very balanced way to live, because they touched the souls of all the creatures around them and could live in harmony and balance with them, as they knew then how to do. And so we need to learn how to do this by, yes, not eating any other creatures, whether be they animal, mineral, or vegetable, but we can learn so much about how we need to operate in this mutual consent and discussing and soul to soul with all of these other beings, how we need to operate on this planet and beyond. And so those were just a few topics that we had brought up in our discussions about how to set out the charter. And I'd love for anybody else to maybe have a comment or a discussion on any of these points. I hope I brought up some discussion points for people. Thanks, Rick.
Oh, definitely. Thank you, Lisa. For example, Alex says, Lisa, your depth of understanding is astounding. I love it. So thank you for that. And others in the live stream have similar comments there. they're agreeing with your understanding as being a good way to explain things. Of course, it's not just you, it's the group worked on these.
Yes, unfortunately, they weren't here to share today, but we all worked on this together as a kind of a preamble to the charter, so that people have a deeper understanding once we start working on the charter, which are going to be quite short, sharp, to the point ways of operating.
Okay, is there somebody else who'd like to say something about that? I see Pia has come into the panelists, for example.
Yes, hello. It's Pia from Denmark. I would like to say thank you to you, Lisa, for those really good words there. And I just want to add a little. I'm so inspired to when you pick up the word balance, because this is what I was thinking about during all the speaks I've heard today. That what we are looking for and what we all are working with is trying to get closer to the balance. And it's not always easy, but it's like Mr. Keshe, he also talked a lot about when the planets are working natural in our universe and our solar system, they need to find balance, and otherwise they cannot work, they cannot be there in the right position, and they cannot hold it all everything together. So it's like the nature over and over again, and it's just like we need to no, nobody can tell us what we need to do, but it's just an awareness, just to look maybe more into the word balance and listen to the nature around us to see how do they find balance, how do they the fields work. You know, they have to position themselves to find balance, and if they cannot find balance there, they reposition themselves. And it's like they have not been putting much attention, if we look in a worldwide scale, in all the discussions about peace and about everything we need to do to get a more safe world and a more beautiful world to live in. It's like we have not heard much about the word balance. But if we cannot find the balance somewhere in our own system, it can be difficult to find the balance for the others. So it's like I have a feeling that we need to go into look to more also, to start with ourselves always, to do more to how can we find this balance so we can touch other people and help other people. And this is always the question. And I just want to stick some words into it, you know, we all know the importance of listening, for example, to find balance in our communication. If we ever will find balance, we need to do specific things with ourselves to find it. And to be aware where we can look at where it's not working. And very often we see in conflicts, the problem can very often be maybe not listening to each other, not listening enough, and know when you have to step forward, and maybe sometimes know when to step back and just listening. And this is something maybe to be aware of, if it could be an inspiration. And this is a way to create balance, actually. It's like when you're singing in a very big choir. We all have each voice, and it's really good we have each separate voice. It's really strong, and we come from very different places in the world. But when we are going together, and if we will make a good voice, a good sound, we need to blend with our voices, so it will be a blend. But that doesn't mean that we don't have our individual, what you call it, yourself. We are still strong in our own language. We're still strong in our culture, but what we do, we're just blending. That's all. And we're listening more to each other, and then we will be stronger. So that was just a little input to what you're saying. And that's all for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pia. Okay, we've got Eric coming in here. He'd like to say something, apparently. Lisa, do you have more?
No, Rick, that was it for today.
Okay, well, we can keep that up as something to share on the screen until we have something.
If you'd like to, otherwise just tell me and I can unshare.
Okay, thank you. Eric, did you have something you wanted to say?
Yes, Erik from Denmark. Now we are talking about balance, and we talk also about government and control. And what I find is not okay and not in balance is that here in the Western world, the banking system is crumbling. The banking system has harvested so much money out of our societies that it almost cannot function anymore. That is why we have the interest rates very, very close to zero. When we look at the African continent, it is totally different. If I want to transfer money to Norway, to Germany, to England, to France, and a lot of other countries, I can do this without any effort. It's so easy. You just go into your PC and use your net banking program and you transfer money. Very easy. But when we look at the African continent, it is something else, because the African countries are not included in the countries I can transfer money to. And this is very bad. It has a lot of implications. One of them is that if investors want to put money into Africa, invest in Africa, it is very difficult for them, or has been, because there are a little loophole in a bank in Africa that enables you to transfer money in 2 days. And that is very, very good. But what is not so good is that very few know about this. And it is like a closed society, Africa, banking-wise. If it was not, then it would be impossible to have interest rates of 17%, 10% in Africa. And here in Denmark, we have below 1% in interest rate. This is very bad because this is a very big load on society that the banks, they harvest so much money and they create the money out of nothing. There's only 3 countries in this world that has control over their money. The rest is unfortunately still done by the Rothschilds, and they take our money. And this is very bad. There's a lot of initiatives to stop it, but it has not been stopped yet. But hopefully we will see in the coming months that this system will end. And there's also this, Mr. Kesse has a very large capacity of analyzing everything, and he has announced his own banking system. And I think this will open up Africa if the others don't do it. And this is needed because, as I has said more than once, Africa is a continent that has been robbed for centuries, and it's still going on. A friend told me about, I don't know which country it was, but they had a lot of gold and nothing else, is mostly sand. And the American soldiers, they come and work there and harvest gold. And I saw a picture of a container half filled with gold and 2 soldiers sitting laughing upon the gold. They steal what belongs to Africa. This is bad and this must end. So I think in the future, because Mr. Kesse put his development center in Ghana, we are at the beginning of another way the world is organized, because as long as the network of the existing power structure is in place in Denmark and other countries, as long as we haven't ripped up all the pedophile rings in the power structure, you have to understand, if we hypothetically assume that you wanted to go into the top level of Hell's Angels, in order to get up to the top level of that organization, you need to kill somebody or do something else very bad. So they have something on you. Because if you don't stick to the order and the rules of that organization, they can easily hand you out to the police and you are no problem anymore. When you consider our political system, the politicians, and now maybe I'm a little bit rough here, but in my view, it's not the brightest people that get politicians. It's often so that the people who deserve to have power are not the one desiring to get the power. It's another type of people. And they work inside the control structure called political parties. And political parties is actually a very anti-democratic institution because it's top-level controlled. So if you join a political party in the Western world, if you are not willing to do everything to get to the top, you have no chance of getting any influence in that party. Nothing. And if you are willing to do anything, then you will be promoted. Then you will get to the upper level. You will be accepted in Bilderberg Group and in Trilateral Commission, and you are told to do what you have to do. You are told everything, and you will be rewarded in some way that unfortunately not see the day of light now, but hopefully will see the day of light in the coming time. And this political structure is controlled the same way as Hells Angels, in principle. When the political system has the illusion of democracy, they have elections, and we elect the very few that is willing to do anything. They get to the top of the structure, they win the election because they have all the mass media behind them. That's why they got to the top. And then they celebrate the election. At these celebrations, there will be a lot of girls. And depending upon the country, more or less worse, there will be a lot of girls, a lot of liquor, a lot of drugs, and a lot of video cameras. And I cannot say this is the case every time, but in many, many cases, when you hear about a political sex scandal of a politician, in my view, that is a politician with a bit of conscience left. He has refused to obey an order, and then they just expose some of the material from the election, the videos or whatever material they have, and he is done as politician. Then he gets replaced with one that is willing to do everything. This is the way our society is controlled. And the controllers, Bilderberg Group and Trilateral Commission, that is organizations made by the big banks. So when the big bank want to rob a country, they change the law so that the insight in the decisions in the political system gets removed. You are not allowed to know what they discuss, the politicians, even though they call it a democracy. That has happened in Denmark. And then the biggest energy company in Denmark has been sold to Goldman Sachs, one of the biggest banks in the world, one of the most greedy banks in the world. They even say on their homepage that they don't deal in win-win situation. We always win, they say. And they did in Denmark. They got 19% of the shares in this company. They got the right with 19% of the shares to decide who is the chairman of the board. And they even got some rules that it was impossible for them to lose money on this investment. If they lose money, the Danish taxpayers has to compensate. This is just an example from my country. And I'm sure if we begin digging in other countries, we find similar stories, and especially in Africa, where they are kept in such a tight grip, everyone. I say this is less nice information than much of the more human stuff, but I think this is a part we need to focus on also, how to stop this in a nice way, because fast and violent changes is not what I desire. We have to do it in a way so nobody gets hurt, but we need to change this. I think that was my view on balance. There's a lot of other things to say, and a lot of other things has been covered, but the control system and the money system is bad, and we need to do something about it. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you, Eric. Okay, is there someone else?
This is Moshfek, and I want to talk a little bit in a slightly different way about what Eric just talked about. Long ago, the same people instigated the British invasion in India. yeah, it caused a lot of damage and we are still affected by it. But in spite of all that, there was a unifying element, as I talked earlier. So given this situation, things we can do as council, as individuals, anywhere in the world, is to use a stronger position, a higher strength of the field, the soul level, to elevate these people so that they serve our condition, which is peace. In that, we unify them for our cause. In case of the British invasion in India, it took 250 years or so by people, very few people who were responsible for this action of unifying. But in this case, we have the councils, we have the people. We can accelerate with this strong field, this process, so that we achieve peace. These people, they pander to the lower level strength of physical fear and other things. We all know about this. But if we engage together, it shouldn't take very long at all. And signing of the peace treaty of one nation, one planet, and one race is a mark on the ground for this coming down of this facade. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any more of our panelists have something to say? Michelle said, brilliant presentation, Eric. Thank you. Okay, I've got one attendee with their hand up that perhaps we can bring in. Lucas, I'll promote you to panelist and you'll have an opportunity to speak. You could say who you are and what your question is or comment. Hello, Lucas.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, hello.
Yes, hello. Hello, everybody. My name is Lucas from Vienna, and I'd like to make some comments maybe, which are coming out of following the last Soul teachings, the Universal Council, the Earth Council. And my feeling and my question is in this regard, how can we, when we make a wish, that we can bring everybody, the field strength of the Universal Council, or everybody who is involved, to a higher level or to a stronger level. And there is a very easy technique, actually, how you bring yourself in the now. And this is basically where you, when you take your index fingers and put them maybe on the table before, and you feel your left finger, how it feels on the table, and the right finger, how it feels on the table, and then both together. Then the brain, which is actually always bringing us out of the now, is a little bit busy with the two fingers feeling on the table or the knees or whatever. And then you can, then you're in the state of now. And then you're you're stronger to your soul or closer to your soul. And if this is maybe what you can try, or I can add, if all the universal members, the Earth members, are doing this when there is a special wish together, they can create out of the now a much bigger, or let's say bigger field, or a higher field, that they can be attached to the others. This was my idea that I wanted to share.
Okay, thank you. That's an interesting technique, and people can try that one, I guess.
We could share harmony.
If everybody does this now, let's see what it does.
Okay, and if everybody is brought into the now with this technique, as you say, then what, Lucas?
Sorry?
Now that you've brought everybody into the moment at this moment, then what?
Then what? Then if you're in this feeling, you can let the whole thing go. And then in the gravitational magnetic field, the field itself can manifest itself in the absolutely appropriate way. And the interesting thing, what I experienced for many years now, and I also get out of the now very often because of the fields outside. But the more you practice this, and the more you're in the now, the things are manifesting themselves in the right way, in the, let's say, in the more total way, or more in the totality, how I understand it. Or let's say I have an understanding of that.
Okay. Is there any other comments about that in particular? Did anyone try the exercise with any success?
Oh, sure. I felt like everyone was sharing harmony, peace, bliss, etc.
The interesting thing is that if you're in the now, there is no space for fear or threats or wrongdoing, because you are basically in this very close to your soul.
Okay, good point.
Yes. So, I know it sounds funny, but it's very interesting if you start experiencing it.
Yes, and that's a good exercise in the sense that we bypass the brain, the busy brain that gets in the way of being in the moment.
Yeah.
Okay, but we need to move forward besides the moment in order to have less dead air time. Otherwise, we'll sit here in silence in the moment. Not too much will necessarily happen, which is one of the problems with being totally in the moment. Then you go with the flow of the environment, but if everyone's in the moment, there's not much flow going on.
Yeah, you leave it to the field then afterwards, and then you
pardon me. You leave it to
the field to to make it perfectly, because the thoughts we have, they are still thoughts from wherever they come from, and not, or a lot of them are not 100% close to the soul. So how do you know if it's right or wrong? You leave it, and then the more you operate close to the soul, in this state of mind, it comes out of yourself much easier. The more appropriate things, or more balanced fields.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's a good point. Okay, any other comments? That getting some feedback. Okay, is it working now? Yes.
Rick's always in the now, being the moderator.
I wouldn't say that.
Being the moderator of a live show.
Well, it puts you on the spot, that's for sure. And there's not a lot of personal time, let's put it that way. Okay, is there any more from the Earth Council or Universal Council members or others who would like to make a comment at this time? And do we have Carolina here yet? Is she available? I don't see her on the list, actually. Okay, there's maybe some comments I can read from the live stream. Get my glasses on. BJ mentions it's important now not to dwell on negative thoughts. There'll be new forms of governance and banking very soon. And Shweta mentions here in India, pedophilia is so much easy to get in the name of religion. These pundits and gurus are worshipped here. Even many know about them. Flowers and fruits and golden chair for the pedophiles in India. And BJ mentions Mr. T. Mr. T. Maybe she means Mr. Kesh is eliminating the pedophiles, and it is happening in most countries now. They are being found and arrested. Not sure, BJ, if you meant Mr. T or Mr. K. Okay. Shweta mentions, where I live, I am surrounded by families, each following a guru, or they are their family guru, and the family members don't hesitate to give time to that. Oh, they don't give time to that guru to be alone with their children. So anyway, there seems to be abuse through religions is the concept there. And BJ, the last comment is about being in the now, and mentions taking a breath before speaking and allowing source to give guidance on the next words or action. And Jay McDougall says in the chat, I took my kids to McDonald's yesterday. All the staff's been taken away and replaced with TV screens now, where you place your own order and take a ticket, then wait for it to arrive. So in the long run, McDonald's make a lot more money, but still the prices go up. Probably wrong eating the cows and chickens, etc. in the first place, but as things progress, they don't seem to get better, just more greed. Well, it's a good point in terms of the automation is actually making a huge difference in the next few years. The artificial intelligence and the ability for machines to do the work of humans. We have automated cars, and we see new self-driving electric trucks, semi-trucks, that have come out in the last week or two, introduced by one of the major manufacturers, and also the Tesla car company is having a semi-truck, electric truck, self-driving coming out in the next few weeks. It'll be announced. And what happens there is, the reason I mentioned that is those jobs, like in developed countries and most undeveloped countries, one of the main jobs that pay people, the most popular job in Canada, for example, is truck driver. And if those truck driving jobs are taken away, and if the other jobs, such as the McDonald's, where I read recently they're raising the minimum wage in the area where I'm at, in Canada. And what's going to happen, they automatically is places like McDonald's will be letting people go and installing these automated machines to take over, because there's a break-even point where your human slave labor is cheaper than the machines. And if the machines become cheaper, it's a no-brainer for these companies to switch over. They can get away with it. It's part of what they do. So we have a lot of people without the jobs that have been the mainstay for people. You know, these McDonald's type jobs they've been entry-level jobs for young people, especially to get get going in the job market as such, and get extra money for summer or whatever it is. And if those are taken away, then we have more unemployment in that way. So that's actually a big opportunity in a way for other plasma technologies to become more important and sort of get a foot in the door, so that these people that may now have a necessity for that information, for that knowledge, for these devices, and for the health benefits and the feeding benefits and so on and so forth. Yeah, when they lose their jobs and they're looking for something else, it may be that that's one of the backup plans that will be helpful for them, as well as the replacement of the money system with a different way of supporting people and having them support themselves and whatnot. So these kind of things seem to be in the pipeline and ready to pipeline, so to speak. Speaking of pipelines, they're in not in good shape right now. Houston is pipeline central of the world in terms of refining of oil, especially for United States, but also for international companies. And 1/3 of or more of the production of the U.S. has been taken out because of the storm, and it looks like more might be taken out as well. And there's also possibilities of other issues popping up that we have to be watching out for in that area. There's a chemical plant I just read about in the last couple of hours that they expect and know and totally are waiting for this entire chemical plant, large chemical plant, to blow up in the southern US. And they've evacuated within 2.5 kilometers of this kilometer radius of this. So it's a 5 kilometer circle around this factory that produces peroxide, and they totally expect it to explode in a big way, like a very, very large gasoline fire, they said. So this is the kind of thing that's happening on the planet, but at the same time, all of these urgent situations also have a silver lining within them, because as we were discussing in the last workshop, the disaster in the Houston area in the southern US and along the coast from the Hurricane Harvey actually is bringing people together and forming, at least minor bonds, if not major ones, with total strangers that had never met before the storm, and suddenly they're helping each other, lending boats and lending their vehicles and trying to get help in, and food supplies and shelter and so on. And neighbors have to help people that they haven't met before, wouldn't normally have anything to do with, perhaps, but yet they're getting along. And we even see animals that are getting along with humans that wouldn't normally be, and perhaps even a few alligators climbing into people's homes and whatnot. But the authorities say just leave them alone, they'll go away when the water goes back down. So it's surprising, actually, what a small loss of life there is so far during this major storm, compared to what it could be if people were not more helpful for each other and more understanding. So it's a good sign that we do see this cooperation, rather than adding to the catastrophe and the adding to the stress of the situation. There's many people helping out in order to alleviate that. So it's good to see the human beings helping each other. I think that's an indication of that's what that's what higher life forms do. They either leave things alone or help when it's urgent and it's, you know, part of your environment to help where you can. So sharing and a sense of giving of one's own energies, one's own plasma to the other plasmas out there. Normally, we talked about bubbles the other day, and normally we're all in our own little bubble and we go about our business and we interact with other bubbles and bump into them at work and bump into them when we're shopping and bump into them as friends. And sometimes we open up our bubbles to include other bubbles on a more intimate basis and so on. But basically, we're in our own bubbles. But extreme circumstances of stress and especially loss, when people have lost everything they own and all they have is wet clothes on their back essentially, and you know, a temporary shelter to hopefully hang out in, if not their roof on their demolished house. They have a different attitude at that point about who is a friend and who is a foe, and whether someone's skin color really makes a difference, or whether their religion has anything to do, whether they're, you know, part of a boat that's coming to rescue them or whatever. That's probably one of the last things that they have in their minds at that time. And I've seen such expressions of gratitude and people that had just lost everything they own, but they're just so happy to be rescued. And there was one example, for example, in the Houston area, I believe it was, in just yesterday. It was an old folks' home that was flooded up to about chest level water or waist level. And these people in the old home were in their wheelchairs, up to their waists in wheelchairs, old folks, up to their waists in wheelchair in this sludgy looking, pretty awful looking water with things floating around and whatnot. And there was about a dozen of them, and they were waiting for rescue and had a picture of them. It was a pretty desperate situation. And they did get rescued, and the after picture was they all, except one, and maybe she wasn't capable of smiling, but all of these dozen people had big smiles on their face. They were so happy. They were in this temporary shelter, but they had dry clothes. They had been saved. They were, here they are in an old folks' home near the end of their lives anyway. And yet they got through this circumstance, and they were smiling like their soul was coming through, their essence was coming through. They were full of gratitude. They weren't full of resentment or anger over the situation or despair. They were happy that they were together. They made it through as a group, and it was a big thing. So my point is that even under this really severe circumstances, and in fact, especially under these kind of disturbing circumstances where there's total loss, it's a catalyst, as Doug puts in the chat. It's a catalyst for change. It's a catalyst. These events are a catalyst for change. And if you think about it on a grand scale with that event in the southern US, this huge storm that they say is a 1 in 800 or 1 in 1,000 year storm, that it's made a huge change and will continue to make a huge change for years to come, especially now that people, they have this thing in mind of climate change and man-made climate change especially. And if it's true, I'm not saying it is, but if it's true that the burning of fuels is a big part of our man-made climate change, which has produced this storm, which has hit most severely in the oil producing or oil shipping as the greatest energy center of the world, essentially. So it's this freak storm has hit at the very core center of the energy industry and of the space industry. The Johnson Space Center has been taken offline in the last few days. So some of the weather reports of the area have been taken offline because they can't access the feed from the Johnson Space Center, from the satellites, and And all of a sudden, the Weather Channel is missing some of its information for the storm movement and whatnot. So, not to mention there's nuclear reactors, nuclear reactor facilities that are also involved, and so on. So a lot of things going on, but at the same time, we have this opening up of people's souls that have become more unveiled under these circumstances, because normally we're so busy going around doing our thing, all the little details of life and all the distractions, that we don't open up to each other as much as we would under a stressful situation like that. Okay, that's what I wanted to say about that. I didn't mean to go on quite so long, but so be it. Who else do we have? We have a couple of attendees. Alex, I'll promote you to a panelist, so we see what you would like to say.
Hello, Rick.
Oh, hello, Paul. Do you want to say something?
Yeah, I have something to add. Yes, I have something to add more. And when we see the structure of the world going on now, their power is essentially in 2 points: technology and manipulation of intelligence of people. In summary, there is these 2 points on which they play with us. There is no power without technology. And when you see, when they go to negotiate, they put in front of them their technology. And this technology showed that they are the most advantaged or the most intelligent people than us. And from there on, they manipulate us. Us know that we don't have this capacity and this ability to develop this kind of technology. So manipulating technology is the essential point of the power of this actual world going on. Now, by plasma technology, we have also technology to play with them. We have now technology to get back our freedom. And we are now open in intelligent way, and we have now our intelligence back, that they cannot manage in deep about what is going on. So I want to invite us to now go on development of this technology. No one will come and do it for us. They manipulate us because of their technology. We have to get alternative technology to be able to let the technology out and then use our technology to be free. Otherwise, there will not freedom come back to us if we didn't develop the practical tool as technology to serve us. So we have now our intelligent back. We are now open about what they are doing. When they want to play with our intelligence, we have to say to them directly that we know what they are doing, and we have to let them also know that we have also technology, so they have to stop playing with us. And it is essentially when you see, for example, Eric have mentioned about, for example, banking system for Africa. You can send from Africa to the rest of the world any amount of money you want, but impossible to receive any single money if you are not going to make different formalities that they know that this money will not serve you. They control everything. I am so irritated. For example, when I see PayPal, from Africa, anyone cannot receive money, except from Kenya and some 2 countries. You cannot use PayPal to receive any money. No one can pay you by PayPal. But you can send by PayPal from any amount of money you want. And when you go back from the, what you call, the transferring money system from bank, there is so limitation that it is impossible that Africa develop. It is impossible that the third world develop himself, just because of technology. Just they have built some technology and they use this technology to control us. Now we need alternative. We need no other technology to replace their technology, and then we get back our freedom. There is the only way that to get this freedom back. It will not going to be easy, because it will not be to go that we just say and it's done. We have to work so hard to build this world. We have to sacrifice ourselves from now to free the next generation. And it is not the problem of 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. It's going to take time, because we need to develop this technology. So we have to sacrifice ourselves to free down the next generation. Don't think about us. We already lose. And this is not also lose. It is just experience to understand one kind of evolution of man, the rubbish of man. Now we have to freedom humanity. They use essentially technology and manipulation of our intelligence. We have to stop this. If everyone use plasma technology to get his health back, we already paralyze their pharmaceutical system. They cannot do nothing. If we use this plasma technology to feed, to grow our, our food, we take back our freedom from all the rubbish they put in the food system for us. And now energy part is there. They cannot do nothing. So we have now the practical tool, but we need hard work. Hard work to bring this freedom back. It is not easy. It is not popcorn. We need really sacrifice. We need really hard work.
Hello, Paul. You still there? You might have. Hello.
Thank you.
I think we lost maybe the.
Hello.
Did we lose the last sentence, perhaps?
Please.
Did you? I think we might have lost the last sentence or two that you said.
Yeah, I say that I invite all of us to start now, develop this technology according to the need from his environment to freedom, or to give freedom to his environment, to his society. This is the way we can put them out of our control. We need to develop practical tools for every type of needs in our society. So we have everything now on, and one planet, one race, one nation. Give us cooperation and collaboration to get any type of knowledge to be able to make this in operation. If you are limited, this was what I was saying. If you are limited because you don't have knowledge at the table of one planet, there is no limit. You just ask someone, I have this problem, how to solve this? You will get the answer, and then you freedom yourself, you freedom your society, you freedom the rest of your society. There is no border, there is no limit. You are not limited. And you are not limited in intelligence, you are not limited in the technology. You just need to put yourself in work. This is what we have to do from now to get this freedom back. Thank you.
I would like to add something to Paul's comments, if okay.
Sure, go ahead, Eric.
Yes, we had the teaching Tuesday, and even though it was said very shortly, and Mr. Kess mentioned about the heating system, and he was also a bit tired in his voice, and I understand him, because when I presented some of this, I was expecting to see a lot of discussion about it in the class chat. And I will not say I've seen everything, but I think in the English class chat, there was almost nothing, if nothing. In the German, there was some talk about it. Not much, but some discussed it. And now we are back to the social engineering, because we have been programmed to think this way. If you desire something, a product of some kind, then you borrow money and you get it immediately, and afterward you are a slave to the bank. This is how we are programmed. I want to stress that with the KESS technology, it's the opposite. You have to work first, and then you get it, and afterwards you are not a slave. Two opposites. Think about it. We are so used to just buying and then paying interest of the money we borrowed to get something immediately. But consider the warming of your house or where you live. A lot of people live in a place where it's very cold in the winter. And if they don't do anything about it, they will freeze to death. The worst places. Then think about how much hours do you have to go to work in order to pay for heating your house. And I will say, depending on who you are, you will have to work between 1 hour and 2 to 3 months of income to heat your house. Depending on who you are, if you are at the top level of society with these hilarious wages with millions a year, then you don't have to work much for it and you don't care because you have enough money. But at the lower end of the society, where not lower mentally, but lower income-wise, you have to work a lot to get heat in your house. So if you are one of the guys that have to work maybe 1 or 2 months to pay the heat in your house, after all the taxes has been drawn, then think about it. If you join a workshop and you learn how to make a macrab, and you learn to make the basic 4 ganses, then you have what you need to heat your house. You can just listen to the latest testimonials. There you get all the information you need to do it. And even if you join some friends, one take care of the ganses and one take care of learning how to make the macrab, or even maybe join a workshop where you get a macrab home from the workshop. Be a bit smart. Then you create an investment for the rest of your life. And not having to work maybe 1 or 2 months in order to heat your house. Isn't that freedom in a way? You release a lot of time that you can use for your own purpose. Maybe use it for learning how to reduce your food bills to a minimum, because you learn how to live partly from the fields and just a little bit food to keep your stomach working. And when you do the other thing I mentioned, you have light, electricity, and you have heat in the house. 2 big steps. You also get the ganses. You could use some of this time you don't have to work in order to heat the house. You could use this to learn a little bit about the medicine. You can, in a very, very basic way, improve your life if you are in pain or suffer from something. Because there is a lot of receipts on how to mix GANS liquids to drink or to put in patches or whatever in order to improve your health. Then you don't have to pay a lot of money for the medicine. But again, you have to be aware of the social engineering. You have to free your mind of the programming. You have to understand that in order to get your freedom, you have to work, like Paul said. Maybe not so hard in order to help just yourself, but maybe a bit harder if you want to help others also. And you should do. The worst thing about the health system is that we have seen so many bad things. They add poisons to the vaccines, for example. I have read that vaccines are designed to lower the IQ of a child with 12. We have an autistic son here with some limited abilities mentally. And we have seen he was not born an autist, but he became an autist right after vaccination. And now we have used some of the things we have been taught here in KES Foundation, and he's improving. I expect him to be almost regenerated within a year. That would be fantastic, because that is another control mechanism. Many years ago, one child in 100,000 was an autist. But then they made the vaccination program. And the latest number I have seen is that one child in 48 in USA is an autist. What about if we come to 1 to 10? Then the whole society can do nothing but take care of the autist. It is another control mechanism. You have to understand this. And I can only very strongly advise any one of you to avoid vaccines whenever possible, because it's bad for you. Go to the net, study, educate yourself, because freedom is not for free. Freedom has a price. You have to fight for it. And one of the most important things you can do for yourself and friends and family and the whole society is to educate yourself. This is what Mr. Kess has been doing for many years now. But it's a hard work, because we are so programmed. We want the joy first, and then we have to pay the bills afterwards. We have to change this way of thinking. That was my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Eric. Okay, any other comments from our panelists?
Rick, may I step forward?
Sure, Alex, yes. I meant to bring you in there.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Alex. I'm from Canada. My God, this is a tough act to follow. The comments today have been absolutely outstanding. I think the point that you brought up with the people in Houston, how they're coming together, is classic point. It shows the spirit of the humanity, and it shows the true spirit of humanity. So that brings us to the question of why are things the way they are, and if the true spirit of humanity were so, then what we are having right now in our whole planet actually is not in sync with that. So what I'm saying is that it's taken a disaster like in Houston to bring people together, and yet so that is the basic spirit. That is the basic spirit that is the foundation of our humanity. Why is that absent in the rest of our times? And is that unique to Houston? And in the previous week we had a disaster in China with over 200 people dying, I believe. There are disasters all around the world, and some we give more attention to and others less. But the point of the matter is that all of these disasters bring out the best qualities in the humanity. So the question that I'm putting forward is, why are we having what we have? And the second point that I'd like to ask about is we deserve what we get. And so when we take those two things into consideration, adding to what Eric and absolutely what Paul said is magnificent. We do have to work hard, but we also have to work smart. And one of the things that we have to understand is how smart we really are. And I think what has happened in our history we've talked about history today, is when I was younger, I actually asked the history teacher, something like, why are we learning this type of history? And I was hoping for a really good answer to that. And the answer was, well, that's just the way we do it. That was not an adequate answer, but I remember that answer vividly because it was inadequate. And now I find out that, the real reason that we want to learn about history is because we want to learn about the truth. And when we learn about the truth, then we learn about the deception. And when we learn about the deception, then we get angry. And I think that's where we're at. And the point of the matter is that all the participants here today have an inspiration enough to show up. This is a 24-hour meeting. For us, it's in the dead of the night, and for others, it's in the sun of the afternoon. So everyone has made a strong commitment to be here because it's important. And why is it that important? Because we have a lacking. And where does that lacking come from? And so if we deserve what we get, then we are lacking in understanding of what we're getting. And where does this lack of understanding come from? So we see that the people who are controlling this planet are quite happy to be controlling this planet, and they're failing to understand the one important thing which the people in Houston are learning right now. And that is that the basic fundamentals of the human spirit is to help others. And the reason for that, it's not money. It's not money. Those people who have come in from Louisiana, and I've seen them broadcast on the TV, so that's what I'm going by. And I said, we were in Louisiana and we've seen the results and we were not satisfied with the results, so we want to be proactive. And we went to Houston and we became proactive. And so we brought our boats and we're floating around looking for people who are waving white towels and need help, and we bring them off their roof and bring them to safety, and you see how happy they are, even despite the fact that they've lost all their possessions. Which brings me to the next 2 points. They did this service without a financial reward. Yeah, they did it for free. And it's not for free. The reason is because the reward that they got for doing what they're doing is soul edifying. It's soul edifying. They feel good doing it. And when they leave, money comes and money goes, but when they leave, they will know that what they did was soul edifying. When we look at the course of action of the Keshe Foundation, one of the most important things is the health aspect of it. There are other fields of interest, but the health aspect of it is always coming to the foreground. And the reason for it is because when you lose your health, you lose everything. So those people who in Houston who've lost all their possessions managed to save their lives. And their health goes with their life, obviously. So the point is that when we lose our health, we lose everything. So conversely, when we get our health back, we gain everything. If we lose our health, we lose everything. If we gain our health, then the opposite must be true. Then we gain everything. And if we have everything that we need when we have our health, then we really don't need money. But as Paul said so eloquently, he stole my thunder, freedom. We need our freedom. This whole exercise is about the freedom and emancipation of humanity. And the reason for that freedom is because we have a lack of understanding of who we really are. And so the people that control us play by the same rules. And they don't understand who they are. That's the problem. They don't understand who they are. You cannot hurt someone without hurting yourself. So the rescuers in Houston have realized that by helping someone, they help themselves. And the people who control this planet realize that by hurting someone, they hurt themselves. And in order to satisfy themselves, they have to continue hurting. So if it now falls on our shoulders that we have to elevate their souls, then why are they in charge? And the reason that they are in charge is because we've abdicated our responsibility. And this is exactly what Lisa has been talking about. You know, we have a responsibility. And when you look at the numbers of people who are participating in this at this point in time, we're not taking our responsibility serious enough. People who are here are very serious. But this is far more serious than what is representative. I know that there's millions of people who are listening to this, and they're all taking it very, very seriously, because what we know is that we don't know a lot. And the more we know, the more we find out whether we don't know. And history has taught us that. But what we do know with certainty is that what we know now and what we're doing now is not working. And it needs to be fixed. Or why is it not fixed? Because it's our responsibility to do that. So how is it our responsibility when we're not in control? Well, the reason for it is because we have been brainwashed into believing that we're inadequate. We've been brainwashed into believing that we cannot do it. But I think clearly now that we've seen that we can do it. And so what has happened through this whole exercise is that we realize that there are other technologies. And, you know, we have an educational system that is well entrenched, thousands of years going back. And this educational system has led us down into believing and understanding that we only have a matter state capability, and it's completely ignoring that we have a plasma state capability, which is totally different, orders of magnitude far stronger than what we have. And so we've wasted our time really exploring the outer reaches of matter state. And as soon as we come to the point where we're able to go into the next level, we are either ridiculed, suppressed, or ignored in some way, some form, and denied access to it. And one of the ways they deny access to it is through money. So, you know, we have technological advancements out there that are always chasing money. And there's always money out there looking for advanced technology. And I can never understand, well, in the environment that I was brought up, you know, we try and excel. I mean, you know, I was involved in sports, and when you're involved in sports, you want to win. So I could not understand that money was seeking technology to suppress that technology, to suppress it through patents and whatnot that would lock it up for 22 years and deny access to the population for it. I mean, we're all having flat screen TVs right now, and I remember when I was 16, which is 50 years ago, the announcement of flat screen TVs. 50 years ago, holy cow. And then I look at the advance of the cell phone back in the 1890s. Tesla invented the cell phone. And we're so enamored with our little touchscreen cell phones right now, which really they're using to control us. So what we have to realize is that we have greater capability. And in order for us to fulfill our soul objective, I'm talking S-O-U-L, soul objective, and to satisfy ourselves And we have to step forward. We have to realize that there is more. And we have to realize that it is not satisfying to be satisfied with what we have. It is more satisfying to seek. And that's why this is called the Knowledge Seekers Workshop. You know, it's not the Knowledge Havers Workshop, it's the Knowledge Suppressors Workshop, this is the Knowledge Seekers Workshop, because what you realize is that in order for us to graduate to the next level, you have to have a basis of knowledge. Our educational system is based on that, and that part is kind of true. You have to graduate. As you build, you start with the foundation, and you build on it, and then you get to the roof. There's no point worrying about the roof if you don't have a foundation. So the basic knowledge has to be there. In order to have that knowledge, you have to know that there's knowledge to seek. And so the plasma technology is not recognized by science, but on April the 18th, the University of Tokyo findings showed that not only is the GANS not toxic, but that cancer can be eradicated in 3 weeks. Oh my God, really? And what do I hear? What do I hear? Oh, the poor doctors, they will not be earning their $340,000, which is the average cost of healthcare in Canada. Forget about the poor guy who's paying for it. The poor doctors. These doctors have the same criteria as we do. They're humans, and they want to help people. And helping people cut away limbs is not helping them, you know. You meet someone with a knife in an alley and he wants to cut you open, you call him a thief, a mugger. You meet a doctor in the hospital with a scalpel, and not only do you thank him, but you pay heavily. We have an opportunity now. It's been presented to us. So we know what's out there. So we have an opportunity or a direction to pursue. The fact that we know that it's out there is a really big deal, because now, forever now, no one can deny the fact that the plasma exists. What we need to understand, and where we've achieved right now, according to Mr. Kesh's summary, we can go from matter state to plasma. We can also go from plasma state to back to matter. And these skills are the skills that we have to learn. And it takes time to learn. It takes time and effort. And if we don't put the effort, well, then we're not going to learn. Right now, many of us are sitting back and waiting for the others to do it, because there has always been a penalty of suppression. Those who step forward get hurt. That's been the history. And the reason for it is because the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing. But now we have an awareness that is beginning through our souls, that we have a soul communication, and we have to understand that when the soldiers go through the flower bed and crush all the flowers, those flowers will be broken, but you know what? Tomorrow they'll start growing again, because that's the true meaning of life, and life wants to live. And so the point that I want to make is that we have the capability that we need, and our capability and our understanding is actually better than the people who control us, because they have that capability. But what they've realized is that when they go to that next step, they will no longer operate the way they're operating, because their souls would have to be elevated. And they really don't want to do that, because they don't want to release their control. They're too enamored with their control. And they're afraid to release the control, and it's too bad for them. What we have to realize is that we're better than them. We have the capability not only of elevating our spirits and our souls, but we also have the capability of elevating their souls. They may not like it, and that's too bad, you know, but our freedom is what it's all about. And I would just like to add one more point. We are having assistance from other sources. We have to have assistance from other sources because we'll blow ourselves up to smithereens if we didn't. And the question has to be asked is, why are we getting so much help from other sources? And the reason is because we are very, very important. And we're failing to see how important we really are. So this is just a clue to the next step. We are very important, not only on our planet, because we're the ones who are going to save this planet, because the planet belongs to us. But it's important for us to participate in the rest of the universe, and the rest of the universe is waiting for us to catch up. And I think when we start to realize how important that is, then we'll start to get the surge that we need. But we're on the right path, and so I just want to finish off on the positive note and say, all of us as souls, we need to understand that we need to progress for our freedom, and our freedom is the progression. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you, Alex. Okay, I think we have to wrap up fairly soon here. Is there anybody else who'd like to come forward with a comment to pull things together here?
Devotional service.
Devotional service. Is that it, Doug?
Yep.
Many words. We only get 2 of them today.
Devotional service. It's the key and it's the answer.
And what was the question? Just to remind people. Well, thank you. That's a good suggestion, actually. I was going to also suggest that the mood of gratitude is seems like a practical way to proceed as well.
You can tie it up in a simple thing, a simple statement or a simple intention. And I reckon devotional service is good. It has deep meaning, and we've had people talk about it all night. And it's the way I've been taught and the way I've understood things, and now it's coming to fruition, and it's absolutely beautiful.
Okay, I've got a question for you then, because I know a bit about it. You've been associated with Eastern philosophies in India, kind of thing.
Yeah.
What about devotional service, as was mentioned with Shweta earlier, with these gurus in India and so on, that the families or the various people under those gurus have they would say they have devotional service to them. And because of that devotional service, and the same could be said for maybe, Catholics in a church in North America somewhere. They have devotional service toward their bishop or toward their priest or whatever religion is involved, but especially with a personal relationship with a guru type or a minister or a priest of some sort. What about devotional service? In that sense, many people would take those words that way, for that more of a personal relationship where they're devoted to the guru, you could say. But at the same time, the guru may be a pedophile or abusing some of the children in the community. So how do you reconcile that? The
Well,
of those words, I'm afraid that some people can take it that way, and I know you don't mean it anywhere near that way.
No. There comes a point in anybody's devotional service where they may realize that they need to change their service and their intentions and their attitudes at a soul level. So if they see certain things manifest in their life, their guru, they can make a decision. And it doesn't mean they throw everything that they've received away. They simply change course. They set a new course or a new intention, not giving up all the old experiences or the experiences, but they just set a new course, adding on to what they've already learned, and it creates a pathway that we must learn to control or have our intentions set so that we're going in a certain direction. And gurus or teachers help us set our course. And they come in all places and in all times, and they're there to give us directions. And they're not just one fixed physicality. They are actually the creator coming to us to help us. And we take their advice and we move forward. And whether we go into the spans of the universe and the universes and beyond, they're always with us. They're always guiding us, and we are taking their advice. In humility. And their advice is, if you serve, if you give, you will receive. You'll receive everything you need, everything you want. And even if you're a bird in a tree or a worm in the ground or an atom, you're happy being in that situation because you've got everything you need. And if you wish to change position, You can. At any time. Without stress, without fear. And that is a state of bliss, blissful existence. And in my understanding, that is the spiritual world, not the material world. And Mr. Keshe and his knowledge is showing us how to transmute matter, material world, into spiritual world. And I'm just so happy that the knowledge has come to this place. I've been waiting so long. And I have a picture of my guru on the wall behind me. And he was a philosopher, not a scientist. And he was always saying he wanted a scientist, an honest scientist, to come forward and prove scientifically all of the mystic powers that a person can have and all of the wonderful stories coming from ancient times that people thought were myths and legends. He said they were actual historical events, and his picture is up behind me on the wall, and he printed books in his time trying to spread this devotional service. One planet, one nation, one race. Let's all join together. And now it's happening. It happened then, it's happening now. Mashvek, I think, from Bengal, told the story of how by joining together and learning from each other, we grow in knowledge. We break down all the differences and we benefit everyone. And that's all I've got to say, really. I think it's just wonderful. I really appreciate everyone. I love you all so much. And I'm happy to be a part of this because it's perfection in action.
Very good. Thank you, Doug. Armin, did you want to say something? Your mic's open there.
Hello.
Armin. Hi, Armin.
Hello, guys. How are you?
Good.
You know, I listen a lot of, beautiful talks, but still we're forgetting how to simplify things and how to not to complicate so much that we can understand the deeper points of the knowledge. Deeper understanding in our souls, brings us, in reality, how to understand, how to make, and how to create the fields that we see, that it's all around us. So if we understand that the light becomes a matter, and the matter, we can turn it back to the light, meaning energy, so then things can be very simple, and we can move on from the fallacies that we are learning now, that it's so much wrong in it, but we have to still, learn and read all these books and learn in the school, and slowly, when we're understanding that it's simple, so we can simplify ourselves. Point is, I will answer any questions if you have, according to your understanding, that we can clarify a lot of things. Anybody wants to ask a question? No questions? Or everybody's tired?
Tough crowd here, Harmon.
Why it's tough?
Well, they're quiet. If you're a comedian, then it would be a dead air time there. It'd be called the tough crowd.
Without good laugh, nothing moves. Huh?
I have a question for you, Amen.
I'm listening.
Okay. First of all, thank you very much for your input. Now, a lot of us, or a lot of people, do not know how to use their soul in a ways that they understand, or how to find their soul easily. Very advanced in plasma science. It would be very much appreciated if you could explain that, so that a lot of people understand how to find their soul and how to use it.
I cannot guess how to find your soul, Mr. Gatwa, but you asked me that question many times. You have to find it yourself. The best training that Mr. Kesh, and sometimes I do, when you put, audio headphones and try to put a certain music that you can listen not inside your ears, inside your head. And slowly you can understand that, that pressure goes to your soul, and you can find your soul easily. Without your soul, you're not operational. So you're asking me a question, how to find your soul? I don't know. I found mine a long time ago.
Okay, don't explain how I will find mine. Tell us how you found yours. Thank you.
I really cannot answer that question. Everybody have to find their soul their own way. But if you're asking me how to find your soul, just, simply just put the headphones and put certain hertz, that there's lots in YouTube, you can find it, and you can slowly understand where your soul located. Because you're not going to hear from your ears, you're going to hear the music in your head. The point, there is a point. And 1 minute, let me show you a picture if I can. position of the soul. Give me a second, Mr. Gatwa. I'll show you where your soul sits.
No problem, no problem. Thank you very much.
I see Herbert has his microphone open as well, and I know you I promoted you to panelist earlier, but then started hearing from Armin.
1 minute.
Yeah, can I come in now? Herbert is speaking. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're still waiting for something from Armin here.
Okay.
But,
1 minute.
Okay, I'm waiting.
Can I share the screen?
yes, go ahead.
Mr. Gatwa, this is the scan of the brain. And if you...
Armin, could you show the picture and not your whole desktop, please?
Sure, no problem. Yeah.
Okay, great.
If you pay attention, there is a point in here. Where is it? Here. If you look at it, this is where your soul sits, Mr. Gatwa.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay, so it's the empty space that you see, that's where the fields are holding in. And I can show you a different picture. 1 minute.
Sure, go ahead. I want to see them all.
Let me stop share. Here, can you see?
Yes, please.
This is where your soul sits, in between half of your brain.
I appreciate that very much.
And that's why when you put your headphones around your ears, which are located here, you can hear the music, the vibration in your head. So now you're not hearing with your ears, or you're hearing the music in your head. I've done it many times, actually. And it's there.
I appreciate very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Well, we have a question from Steve in the live stream. Will the method on making deuterium, tritium, and hydrogen GANs be on the Keshe Wiki soon, or is the method still being refined?
Just, yeah. We have to understand what we are creating. I am very sorry, I'm drawing with my finger, so it's very hard to draw. If you have your plates, let's do different colors. If you have your plates for CO2 box, and just consider what kind of elements you have around it, what kind of elements you have in this environment. You have copper, you have zinc, you have carbon and CH bond, actually. Your box. So anything what you're creating in here, because you're creating magnet of material, meaning carbon, CO2, just consider how you are creating it. Because a plate here, zinc and a copper, which the one is nano-coated, you create a magnet of carbon. That's why you bring it from environment from outside and from your bugs too. Don't forget, you have a carbon. Now you created magnet. That's why you have so many GANs created under it, which is near carbon field. So if you create CH3 and you put in a box which have no carbon connection, and you close the top, and still you create a field of a carbon, C, that's mean anything you put here, the CH3 that you put over here, so you will absorb the carbon and H3 is left. Because now you are dealing with the fields, and the fields are different. If you create a magnet of the field, so whatever is that environment, because now it's a closed environment, you're not bringing anything from outside, so you absorb the field of the carbon still in the salt water. So pure H3 is left, a field of it. Now, if you add in a tank hydrogen or even oxygen, you create different material, you create H2. Now it's atomic age, huh? Not this in this box, actually CH3 box. Where you put your mesh, iron, and your nano-coated material. Sorry for the drawings, guys. It's very hard. I don't have a pen. So in this environment, if you put a release of hydrogen, now you are creating a field magnet of hydrogen. So atomic hydrogen, it converts to hydrogen. You know? Field of it. So you have to understand what you are creating, what kind of magnets you are creating, but because now you have, just remember, out of the fields you have the matter. Now, if you have two matters, they interact. Out of the fields of these two matters, you create a field of the material. This is, we done it with CO2 box, we done it with CH3 box, we done it with zinc box, and the rest what we create. If we put two zinc plates, one nano-coated, one nano-coated, you create here a zinc field of it. Because these each GANs, now they carry individual zinc field. So now you have millions. Over here you had a plate, but now you have millions of it with the same strength of zinc. A lot of people don't understand, you know, what you need to use for your body to have a match. What kind of GANs you are using, and what kind of combination of the GANs you are using, what for? Only thing you have to remember, hydrogen, which is acidic, giver. Any more questions? Or it's getting late?
Yes, Amen. I have a question.
Really? No problem.
Yes. Always. I always have questions for you. You explained very well how to create tritium. But could you expand this and show as clear as you showed how to create tritium, and the process of creating, I believe deuterium is very easy because in CH3 you have deuterium. So it's the hydrogen that your drawing did not explain.
What do you mean? I'm not explaining.
My understanding is that you showed very well how to create tritium. Okay. I also understand that once you create CH3, you already have deuterium, because CH3 can also be written as CHD, which is deuterium. Then how do you create hydrogen, just hydrogen, in this box?
Okay. You remember Coca-Cola box?
Yes, but I believe that Mr. Keshe has said you could create hydrogen in this CO2, just the way you created CH3.
Just put in the environment gas of hydrogen.
But explain, even with the Coca-Cola box, bottle, but which one is easier from your experience?
No, no, I will explain now difficult part of it.
Okay, that's I'm okay with that.
Difficult part of it, if you understand the same thing, if you have this box, and this box is not carbon, no? It could be a fish tank. Now you don't have a carbon environment, guys. You have to understand, when you open a magnetic field, whatever is in your environment, just consider it. Don't look at it, it's there, it's okay. So consider it that you know what kind of field you are creating, opening it up. Otherwise, it will not be there, the knowledge will not be there if you don't pay attention small things like this. Because just understand again, from the field you create the matter. Out of interaction of the sun and earth, we absorb certain matters when it enters the atmosphere. Then we convert this field, it's going to be gold or it's going to be silver. Now the same thing is in your box. This is your box of creation of the field. That's why you put two plates. So if you put this and you put the Coca-Cola bottle in it, and just understand, now you are dislocating the carbon. And this is CH bond. So if you dislocate carbon, hydrogen releases. So you collect in your bottle. Whatever residual you want to see it's going to be H.
This is very interesting, Amen. And is this box one for creating CH3 or for creating carbon?
Doesn't matter, you choose the box to create a carbon field. Like as you're creating CO2, it's the same thing. You create a magnet of it, that's why you absorb it.
Okay. Thank you very much, Amen.
Welcome. Any more questions, guys? Or it's late? Hello. Rick, are you there?
Hi, Herman. We have one question in the live stream chat. It's an easy one for you. Like Bullet says, I was creating CO2 GANs, but it turned out not white, but greenish bluish. And the nanocopper is turning back into copper color. Is that the CO2 GANs I created?
It's still you carry CO2 field, but it's more of a copper residual that you released. It's because of your nano coating. It's not firmly done, or I don't know how you create your box. Sometimes, you know, it happens, but still you create a carbon field. But most of it, the copper releases, so you have a copper there too, don't forget. This is what we have to understand. In this material, what we hang in a salt water, out of their interaction, you absorb the field, because now it's in a plasmatic condition. You create the flow. Huh? One is in a higher, because it's nano. One is in a lower, because it's in a matter. So out of their interaction, you create a CO2 here. A magnet, you create a magnet, a field. This is hard, I know some people it's hard to understand, but if you think correctly, that's what it is. If our Earth composition was a little bit different from the beginning of the journey when it started its life, we will absorb totally different materials now.
Armin, maybe the question from Trevor would be helpful. He says, Armin, I'd like to know what we can do to create these results in our body instead of outside of it.
Of an understanding. If you have an understanding, then it's your wish, actually. That's how you create the rest. If you hold your palms together, one it's one plate, second one it's second plate. So if you understand your part of you, it's your breath. It's your soul. This, you know, it's a little bit early to go to that stage, but this is slowly we have to understand what out of interaction we can get, what kind of field we can create. Then maybe we can learn how to do that with our souls. Or from the beginning you can do that. Depends.
Krasmir asks, does that mean that your body is the salt condition?
Definitely. You carry 12 salts, as we're all talking about that, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Not 12, so but our salinity is near of Earth's salinity that we can sustain.
And we all know about the saline solution that they give in the hospital. I think it's for shock and for other conditions. They have a saline solution, salt solution to your blood.
You cannot convert a matter without salt. No more questions. Very sad.
We have a question from Valerie. Just a second here. Hello, Valerie.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Hi, Armin. I have the question about the Coke bottle that you just drew. Is this Coke bottle empty, or is it filled with the salt solution, or just with distilled water?
No caustic solution.
Caustic solution. So it's in a salt solution, and inside you have caustic.
Correct.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. That's why in time your threat is gone. So because you're converting now atomic hydrogen into the plasmatica, because you're dislocating the carbon. Same thing you can do with the pins of this is the Coke bottle. Same thing if you create the pins over here, parachutes, you're still creating the same dislocation.
So what would you say to Trevor, who says, now that you've told him that that these results can be created in our bodies, he says, so this needs to be elaborated and illustrated for better understanding instead of creating these conditions in plastic boxes. How would you reply to that, Armin?
You know what? There are 7 billion of us. So if every 7 billion will understand, then you are correct. But, you know, we try to, you know, teach different ways that a lot of people, they understand whatever their understanding will allow them to understand. If you tell someone with your soul you can create apple in your hand, they will laugh at you and say you are out of your mind. But if I create 2 reactors and create, you know, any material in front of them, then they will start to pay attention to what we are talking about. Because we are not educated in this field, and it's hard for us to grasp it sometimes. But when you grasp it, then it will be easier for you to do. So we're not doing one only way and teaching only one way to the people. We're trying to teach differently that they understand. Maybe one day they can use it, or they will grasp it. Okay, it's the same thing I can do with my soul. No, my soul is in control. That's all. This is materialistic, you know, we're trying to bring in a commercial side that, you know, a lot of people, they put the patch or direct the pen and they reduce the pain. If you understand a combination, what you can do, and then you can do it. But if you tell them that, okay, forget about everything, you know, just think that, okay, I can create an apple, maybe another 100 or 200 years they need to grasp this knowledge. Otherwise, they will say that you are one of the lunatics.
There's a bunch of scratching in your microphone, Carmen. Can you fix that, please?
No problem. I did that.
I have a question, Armin. Sorry, Rick.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Rick. Hello, Armin. It's Jalal here. If you extract the carbon from the CH3, which color you will get? Because we are doing that, but we don't know which color we will have.
But still, if you have an understanding, you already understand what you've done. So why you worry about the color is too blackish or reddish or greenish or whatever? If you created a CH3 in a proper way, so now you understand that these GANs you collected from the bottom are near carbon, and because you have zinc
on top of your iron, you created carbon and hydrogen actually field. Because these GaNs, they carry it because you created the magnet of it to create that field.
Yes, we are doing that, and we understand that we are making the field of extracting the carbon from the CH3.
It depends what's in your environment. How, okay, if you are closing on top of your box, or you're not closing top of your box, or you are producing in a glass box, or you are producing in a carbon box. There are many things that you have to consider again. What kind of box you are using, because this box becomes the environment of whatever you want to create. So if you put here different materials, so you're not going to get CO2, you're going to get something else.
You know, that's why I'm asking, because before the black stuff, the deuterium, what we are throwing before, then we know this is an deuterium, so we should not throw it away. That's why I'm asking.
It's sometimes it comes yellowish color, sometimes it comes a little bit reddish color. So it depends. Depends again how you create it. I cannot tell you exactly this color it will be, but look at the yellowish color and reddish color.
Okay, it depends in the time also. How much time you leave it the processing?
No, actually. No, the time is instant, huh? You know, if you touch your body, you're instantly feeling that. You're not feeling after you touch your finger on another finger and the information after a year you're receiving.
Yeah,
it's instant transfer, so it's a plasma. So it's not something where you have to wait and, you know, pray for it, no. If you know that you create the magnet of it, so you consider, okay, I create the magnet of carbon, now I'm going to extract the carbon from whatever material I put it in to be extracted, because you are the one who creates. Huh?
Okay, because the experiment what John he done for the hydrogen, it took about 2 weeks, you know, and more of that. That's why I'm asking about the time.
You can speed it up, you can create it slowly, but if you understand that you are creating magnet of it, so you consider, okay, I created this material inside, because I know from my teachings that if I put zinc and copper, I create CO2. If I put zinc and zinc, I create zinc field. If I put copper and copper, I created Cu field. So these things already, like we teach a lot and years, but people still not grasping it because, you know, they not been educated that way, and it's nobody blames them. But still, that's why we're slowly going and opening slowly that people can understand. You have to educate surrounding you that then they can use the rest.
Yeah.
Otherwise, why are you doing it?
You are right.
You know?
To understanding.
Yeah. And when you are confident in you, okay, I created this, then you put in your bowls or you put in a structure that you create a field out of it.
Right. Thank you, Arman.
You're welcome. Any more questions?
There's a question from Steve. Should the box be nano-coated first, so to create an insulation from outside fields?
Okay, yeah. Making GaNs or making nanomaterial?
Well, I think since we were talking about the GaNs, I think that's what he's referring to.
GaNs, if you use the box that you already nano-coated, so that box you can use it to create a CO2 or any, because it's already nano-coated. Huh? Sometimes,
so it is best to have a nano-coated box for the
yeah,
GaN.
just understand, you're creating a plasmatic condition. So if you nano-coat this box, that means from carbon, you released it, and now you have this gap and hole.
Now the environment is not the same as a matter. It is environment. It's like a total plasma environment, because now you put even the matter you put inside. It's because the water now you have one nano-coated material. This environment is total plasmatic condition. It's not any more matter condition. Because if you put the food, the minute your food goes into your mouth, it's already in a plasmatic condition. It has to.
Will that be enough to create the nano coating on the box if it was not nano coated beforehand?
You can, yes, nano coated before. I always do. I always use the boxes that I nano coat several times, then I use it as a GANS production.
Okay.
It's already there. I can say what I am doing. So
there is a question from two guy who asks, how do you wash the materials that are nano coated with caustic?
Okay, use Sonic.
Pardon me?
Sonic. There's a Sonic.
Sonic cleaner you're talking.
Yeah. Yeah, hang your place there.
Okay.
A few minutes.
Distilled water, I guess.
Distilled water, I get you, definitely.
Yeah.
Which is the best way to do it.
Some people have talked about multiple washings with.
Yes, you do multiple washing, but when you do Sonic, so you consider that everything what's in a caustic, you're going to take it out.
Mm-hmm.
But still, just remember that your plate is still going to carry, caustic field, NaOH. If you put KOH in there, still that plate gonna carry as a field. You don't have a material now, but because you create it in the plasmatic, you open up a plasma now. That because in this environment, when you nano coat it, you put your plates, and for nano coating, consider again what kind of materials you have in here. Because this nano coating material, they're gonna carry that field now. From the beginning, you can determine exactly what you want to create. There are certain techniques. Okay.
Hi, Armin. I have another question, if I may.
I know I'm not going to sleep tonight, but it's okay.
No, but you can go. It's if you don't want to answer.
Okay. No. Go ahead. I'm joking.
All right. Just if you mind expanding a little bit on how to converting fields into matter in a stationary reactor, like in a box, because Mr. Kesh once explained that you don't need the dynamic cores and have it so complicated. You can just make it in a box, like we make CO2.
Question one more time. Maybe it's late. I could not understand. Can you just repeat it one more time?
I mean that Mr. Kesh once explained that we don't have to make things complicated to create matters, that we can do this in just a stationary reactor, like in a CO2 box, just with plates. Maybe GANS coat them differently.
Isn't that what's done in the CO2 kit?
Well, yeah, but to a matter state, to create matter from
CO2 matter there before?
I don't understand.
Was the CO2 matter there before the box and the plates were put together? Was there anything in the solution that you could see? Wasn't it clear salt condition? We didn't see any CO2 in it to start with. We put the plates in, the plasma fields create the matter. Do they not?
Yeah, that is true, but that is fourth state of matter, isn't that right? I'm talking more about if we want to create the actual material zinc in a CO2 box or in a salt solution.
But
you already have zinc.
You already have a zinc.
Why would you want to create zinc?
let's say, let's change word to replicate. If we would like to replicate the zinc and create the actual zinc instead of zinc in GANs form, but zinc in matter state.
Truly, I cannot understand. Maybe I'm not.
It's okay.
So
It was
from two plates that were not zinc to create zinc out of a kit, out of a plasma kit. Is that what you mean? That from two other
maybe
difference between them would create zinc?
Well, maybe, yes. Well, what I'm thinking is if we take 2 nano-coated plates and put it in salt solution, but we GANs coat the nano-coated plates differently, maybe with hydrogen and tritium. So we will have a difference, and in between, we maybe can dictate what kind of material or matter we will have. Or if we GANs coat it with just hydrogen and carbon on 2 difference. So we can try to create elements of the board.
Really, maybe we will answer it next time, but truly it's late. Rick, can we end up?
Yeah, sure. I think it's probably, it's a good question for next time though, because how do we create matter with the fields? It's a good question. Anyway, we do need to wrap things up here. We've gone almost 5 hours, so it's quite a long time for our production crew. So maybe we can get Flint to wrap things up now with our what is now our usual musical interlude.
Sure, no problem.
Okay, thank you everybody for
Good night,
today's
guys.
work. Are you okay there, Armin?
No, I said good night.
Oh, okay. And this has been the 187th Knowledge Seekers Workshop for August 31st, 2017. Thank you everybody for attending.